Dear colleagues, it's really a great pleasure and privilege to meet you at the occasion of this Congress entitled Cardiomyopathy 2021, the Cardiomyopathy Mindset. And now, at this point, it is an honor to invite to the General Secretary of Research and Innovation, Professor Athanasios Kyriazis, to come to the stage and to address this Congress. Thank you very much.
Professor Vardas, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to participate in today's online conference on cardiomyopathy 2021, the cardiomyopathy mindset of the Greek National Network of Precision Medicine in Cardiology, in close collaboration with the International Cardiomyopathy Network. And both the theme of the conference and the high level of the participating scientists foreshadow its successful outcome. The field of medicine is primarily a field where academic research, primary and applied, presents impressive results. Innovation in the field of medical scientific research is nowadays a key pillar of the so-called fourth industrial revolution and a basic condition for the development and improvement of the economy and the quality of life by creating synergies between academic institutions, universities, research centers, institutes, etc., and companies, so as to produce products and services of high and added value with the common goal of overcoming the crisis, health and economic, that Greek society is going through. General Secretariat for Research and Innovation finances through the national EDP emblematic actions aimed at the special social needs, so that the results of the research activity are disseminated throughout society. Among these emblematic actions are actions that concern, for example, coronavirus and precision medicine, which could be financed by new European funds. In particular, the goal of the Hellenic National Medical Precision Network is to recognize through research the predisposition for the occurrence of a specific disease and its relationship with the genetic inheritance, environment, and each patient's way of life. On the other hand, in cases where the disease has already occurred, personalized medical and pharmacological treatment based on research findings can increase the effectiveness of treatment by significantly reducing the cost of care. In the effort to align with the European directives, General Secretariat for Research and Innovation included in the program of its emblematic actions the development of the National Network for Research of Genetic Heart Diseases and the prevention of juvenile sudden death and on the basis of medical precision. Today, there are mass preventive checks in our country that mainly concern young people who play sports regularly and or participate in championships, local, national, international. This creates a state of discrimination in the young population, taking into account the pathological causes of sudden death in young people are not limited to athletes. This, however, is today only the motive of establishment of a national network for the study of hereditary and rare heart diseases in each country. This network will ensure equality in the right of the population to prevent sudden death and to treat inherited cardiologic diseases. The National Information Bank will rely on the compilation of two national records. First, for inherited heart diseases, second, for juvenile sudden death. The method of setting up the network will initially be based on the existing operational structures, which are in Athens, Thessaloniki, and Crete, and will be gradually spread without Greece. The achievements and the practical results from the operation of National Network of Medical Precision in Cardiology are remarkable. Patients. From the beginning of the networking, July 2019 till June 2021, 2,061 patients with inherited cardiovascular diseases have been clinically examined. 1,050 families with sudden death have been recorded. 3,076 families with hereditary cardiovascular diseases in the country are under observation. 349 initial patients have undergone genetic testing and now their family are being screened. Genetic testing and clinics so far have identified family members who did not know they had the disease, as well as carriers of abnormal genes that will manifest the disease later and also transmit it to the next generation. Therefore, because of the network, we are able to address the problem early and not allow the disease to be passed on the future generations. The added value of the test is also significant. Since the screening of families with inherited disease of juvenile sudden death at the clinical and genetic level, 49% of family members who did not know they had subclinical disease or just genetic susceptibility have been found. At the same time, nests of hereditary diseases with cardiovascular involvement have already been identified. As a result of which, we have the possibility of targeted medical intervention in the following areas: Naxos, Mykonos, Milos, Fourni, Ikaria, Kalymnos, Creta, Mani. Benefits also come from the network and the health system as it contributes to the unification of management of patients with inherited diseases. creating a register of inherited heart diseases, creating of register of juvenile sudden death, in the creation of a national repository of gen data. As for the life sciences, it helps in development of information systems, interoperability between existing systems, collaboration with the Hellenic Society of Cardiology, Association of Chronic Diseases, PESPA, and international consortiums. It also contributes to employment and education for creating new jobs, 33, creating educational material, and in the field of cardiology. The cooperation with important pharmaceutical companies, Takeda, Pfizer, Sanofi, is enforced, as well as with the research industry. The new programming period, 2021 till 2027, offers even greater opportunities for investments in the research and innovation through structural fund financing. In the context of in this context, General Secretariat for Research and Innovation, through research and especially research whose results have a direct correlation in the economy and society, emphasizes on innovation. Our new research and innovation strategy will support the development directions of the country and will aim at the exploitable results for the benefit of society and citizens. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary Theoresis, for that great opening, and I think a great testament to the strengths of the Greek network and its success so far. It now gives me great pleasure to invite Professor Panos Vardas to give us some opening words. Panos, I think, is known to all of us as one of the leading cardiologists of his generation, and has had many clinical and academic leadership roles during his career, but perhaps the most important was as the president of the European Society of Cardiology. He continues to influence the future of cardiovascular medicine in Europe in many different ways, currently through the ESC agency in Brussels, amongst other methods. But I've known him for several years, and I've grown to admire his vision, his passion for change, and this evening to welcome him here as chairman of the supervisory committee for the Greek network. So Panos, it's a great pleasure to invite you here to speak to us this evening.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Perry Elliott, for your very kind words. Esteemed colleagues, Mr. Greek General Secretary of Research and Innovation, Professor Kyriazis. It's really, as I said, a great privilege for me to be present and to address this Congress. It is well known that this event is organized under the auspice and the organization of the International Conference and International Network of Cardiomyopathies in Greece, and also under the auspice of the International Network of Cardiomyopathies. So please allow me to say a few words regarding our Greek network of cardiomyopathies and sudden cardiac death in young persons. This network was established on July 2019 as a collective effort between public and university hospitals and specialists working in this field. Dr. Anastasakis, Aris Anastasakis, was the pivotal figure of this idea and in this activity. Nowadays, as the Secretary of Research and Innovation, Professor Kyriazis, said, these days, this network is involving the majority of the well-known hospitals in our country. Indeed, our effort is quite efficacious and quite ambitious. So far, we have enrolled, as I said, significant figures of the Greek cardiovascular community working in cardiomyopathy and sudden cardiac death. We have already tangible deliverables related to this project, and much more importantly, we are looking how to enhance our international collaboration and activities with the international community. In this case, the participation of the international network of cardiomyopathies under the governance of Professor Elliott, a renowned cardiologist in the UK, but also internationally, and very active participant in the European Society of Cardiology activities and chairman of the European Society of Cardiology Academy. With his presence and the international network presence, we believe that the Greek network will be much more effective, much more known, and to a significant degree, we are planning much more properly our activities. I would like to stop here, but just to emphasize how much important it is for us, the Greek cardiologists, but also for the patients, especially the young patients, and for all those who are possibly could be victims of a sudden cardiac death, how much important is the continuity and the surveillance of this network, the Greek network of cardiomyopathies. From our side, be sure that we are going to do our best to continue this prosperous effort. And in this effort, as I said again, I would like to have all of you close with us, working together for this marvelous task and effort. Thank you very much indeed for your presence here in this conference.
Thank you, Professor Vardas. I would like to ask now Dr. Kanakakis, the President of Hellenic Cardiac Society, to take the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My pleasure as the President of Hellenic Cardiological Society to give the opening speech to this International Conference of Cardiomyopathy, the Cardiomyopathy Mindset, organized by the Greek National Network of Precision Medicine in Cardiology, in close collaboration with the International Cardiomyopathy Network. Also, I would like to congratulate the chairman of organized committee, Professor Vardas, Professor Elliott, and Dr. Anastasakis for this excellent and pivotal work in the area of precision medicine in our specialty. The field of cardiomyopathies remains challenging and most of the times underdiagnosed and undertreated, also in our country. In this 3 days Congress, distinguished international speakers will discuss a variety of therapeutic dilemmas faced by cardiologists in everyday clinical practice. And moreover, we'll explain how molecular tools can incorporate in educational and in research programs and change clinical practice, and also for prevention and of sudden death. I have the opportunity to collaborate with Dr. Anastasakis 2 years ago with the Minister of Health to organize how to prevent sudden death in young population, in elderly also. And I have the hope that we continue this program. Furthermore, all the license development in drug therapy and innovation in diagnosis, for example, for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and TTR amyloidosis, will be presented and discussed. Thus, Hellenic Society of Cardiology supports strongly the Greek National Network of Precision Medicine in cardiology, the Cardiac Net, and supports also any scientific effort indicated by current developments, like this meeting in the sensitive field of inherited and rare cardiovascular diseases. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kanakakis. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like now to ask Professor Boletis, who is the chair of the Council of Onassis Cardiothoracic Center, who is actually the organization who is leading the network, to take the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Anastasakis. Thank you all the previous participating professors who came to participate in this great meeting. To all of you and all the other dear colleagues, the Onassis Cardiac Surgery Center confirms once again its pioneering and innovative role in the field of cardiovascular medicine in Greece, more specifically this time in the era of precision medicine. Our unit of inherited rare cardiovascular diseases coordinates the national network of precision medicine in cardiology, which consists of university clinics, public hospitals, and research centers from the whole country. By coordinating this scientific field in Greece, gives us the opportunity to synchronize our step with the European and global developments in the field of hereditary cardiovascular diseases and precision medicine in cardiology. The Greek National Network of Precision Medicine in Cardiology, in collaboration with international consortium like ICON, becomes active shareholder in the global scientific effort and brings to our patients something from the future cardiological science to the present clinical practice. I wish you a fruitful meeting in this challenging and dynamic scientific field of cardiology. All the best to all of you.
Thank you, Professor Boletis. Thank you very much. And now I think we have to move to the next session, which is the introduction of the Greek network of precision medicine cardiology. And I would like to ask Professor Spiliopoulou to take the chair of this session.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, welcome to the first online conference of the Greek National Network of Precision Medicine in Cardiology, in collaboration with the International Cardiomyopathy Network. I think today is a historical day for the cardiology community in Greece. The spontaneous efforts of a few doctors that started at least 25 years ago has now taken the structure of a precision medicine network, which is constantly developing and provides knowledge and clinical experience to cardiology, to therapeutics, and to the prevention of inherited cardiac diseases in Greece. It has been our goal to build a community, creating authentic conversations, fostering partnerships, and fueling breakthrough in cardiology. We have been doing so successfully since 2019, when the Greek iCardiac Net has started. Our first conference will explore, discuss, and dissect about the recent advances and innovations in cardiomyopathies. For me, as a forensic pathologist, my contribution to the network is the creation of an epidemiological map for sudden cardiac death in the young of Greece, and by extension of a clinical genetic map for rare inherited cardiac diseases in Greece. Today, the molecular autopsy is being increasingly used to provide additional information to both the pathologist and the relatives of decedents, and it's now within the cost capabilities of our network. I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to Professor Vardas, the chair of the supervisory committee of our network, to my best friend, Aris Anastasakis, the scientific coordinator, and to Professor Perry Elliott, who is the chairman of International Cardiomyopathy Network, for the opportunity that gave to me to serve as a member of this network. I give the floor now to Dr. Aris Anastasakis, who is the scientific director at the Unit of Inherited and Rare Cardiovascular Diseases at Onassis Cardiac Surgery Center. Dr. Anastasakis will present the concept of our network.
Thank you very much, Professor Filiopoulou. I'm trying to open my screen now. Can you see?
Yes, excellent.
All right. Thank you very much. So let's see what's the concept and where we are here now, why we're here and where are we considering the network. So, there is a small story actually, which shows how all this has started. A man in a tertiary center of Athens, he was diagnosed with a significant inherited arrhythmogenic disease, and he was treated properly, and he's still alive and in a very good condition. But 4 years later, after his management, his nephew, a young girl, died suddenly as he was dancing. When we went the family and we checked the family, we realized that apart from the uncle, another person was had the disease of this inherited arrhythmogenic cardiac disease, and was the father of that girl. And the diagnosis was arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy. Both the brothers had the mutation, and so actually it was obvious that in the family was running an inherited cardiovascular disease. We checked the mutation to the girl who has died, and we identified the mutation, and also through the clinical parameters we realized that we were facing a subclinical case of ARVC. A case that maybe it was easy to identify, or we had chances to identify if we had performed the family screening when we were facing the problem of the uncle 4 years before. Performing the genetic analysis on this family, we identify that the girl also, the victim, has the mutation, and we check the rest of the family, which fortunately nobody was affected, nobody else was affected. But this was the main idea, because the question that came to us was, could we prevent the death of that girl? And we believe that if we could do that, the benefit, we could multiply the benefit, because the families in Greece and in Europe are huge. So if you know the reason of a genetic disease, then you can perform this family cascade screening, and you can save lives. Also, we have the opportunity to cut the chain of the inheritance if we knew the causative mutation through the preimplantation diagnosis. So the benefits were many. And on the other hand, we had to discover a methodology how we're going to reach this high risk population, because those diseases have some certain peculiar characteristics. First is that sudden cardiac death can be the first clinical expression of the disease. We don't have prodromal symptoms. The second is that those diseases the clinical expression of those diseases are not always with the typical form. We can have subclinical forms, or we can have people that they carry the mutation and they can give it to the next generation. So it was a tricky problem. And also, those diseases can appear in clusters, like Naxos disease in the area of Cyclades. The average prevalence of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy of ARVC is 1/5,000, and in the island of Naxos is 1/800. So you see that there is a significant problem through this disease. And we tried to invent a methodology. And we realized that we could put this method in a general strategy of prevention of sudden death in the national level, where we have the athlete's card as a screening tool. We have the first aid in the community. And the thing that was missing is to try to identify, to invent a methodology to identify the high-risk population through the family history of sudden death or the family history of inherited cardiovascular diseases. Screening the families, we could identify people in the families that they could have the same problem. And this is exactly what we started to do. We created two registries, the Inherited Cardiac Disease Registry and the Sudden Cardiac Death Registry. We search clinically and genetically the family, and we identify the high-risk relatives. That is actually the project. And the implementation of this project was made by a consortium of university hospitals, of NHS hospitals, and scientific institutions with molecular with abilities to perform molecular testing, like the EKETA, the Onassis Genetic Lab, the lab in the Institute of Technology in Crete. And so we were able now to work all together, trying to create a result which could be beneficial. So we use clinical protocols. We use a common language with common clinical protocols, with a common genetic panel and post-mortem protocols. And we try all together to work and have a collective result. So we have our results was immediate, because we were investigating the families, the patients first, and then the family of the patient. And so far, till the June of 2021, we have screened 2,061 patients with inherited cardiovascular diseases. 1,015 sudden death families are under evaluation. So the overall volume of investigation is 3,076 families under evaluation at the moment. And apart from the clinical evaluation, of course, we have the genetic evaluation and the cascade family screening. We intend to screen test genetically about 750 probants, and then 2,210 relatives in this part of the project. And of course, to working with all this material, we had to put this, to have an infrastructure for this data. We had to have a clinical registry, a sudden death registry, and a genetic registry, which the Institute of Technology and Research of in Crete, in the University of Crete, take over and created a unique result, which Dr. Foudoulaki is going to present it after my presentation, and actually gave us the opportunity to have the pathway from the clinical data to genetic results and backwards. And also, as you see here, we through this infrastructure, we have now referrals from all over the country, and the three major centers of Athens, Thessaloniki, and Iraklio are collecting all this data, and they put it to the platforms. Also, the network has a training program, which like the use of ECG in the athletes, the athletic activity and the heart problems in the COVID era. But the main thing is that the training program that we create in collaboration with the National Cardiomyopathy Network, using videos and animation. And I believe that by the end of this year, we're going to have a packet of this training result. But all this happens in what scientific environment? Let's see. Since 2014, the Hawking guidelines that was created under the leadership of Perry Elliott, for the first time, they put genetic as part of the management. At the same time, in DCM, we identify that through the genetic analysis that we have a preclinical and early phase apart from the clinical phase of the disease. Genetic is becoming a part of the risk stratification of dilated cardiomyopathy. And this fact is enforced and becomes even more significant in the case of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy in 2019. In the new guidelines of American Heart Association of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, genetic plays a significant role also. And last but not least, in the guidelines of heart failure, for the first time, they realized, the doctors of heart failure, that genetic counseling and genetic testing is very essential for the management of people with cardiomyopathies and heart failure. At the same time, in other parts of Europe, the dynamic evolution of this scientific field is gaining, and we move from phenotypic-driven models of risk stratification to mutation-specific prediction models. This is a paper very recent from Professor Wilde. And in this environment, we have some preliminary results of the network, which is, we know now that in Greece we have the mutations that are the causative mutation of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy are identical with the rest of the international literature. We have almost 70% is the genetic yield of the genetic test. In arrhythmogenic and dilated cardiomyopathy and myocarditis, we find 22% of high-risk genes in this cohort, which is a very significant finding, and seems that genetic has a very significant role in the risk stratification. Also, we see that we have in areas of the country a founder effect. For example, here the PLN mutation has a high prevalence, especially in the settled Greece. We identify genetic links within the families from different areas of the country, and then we can further extend our cascade screening in these places. And finally, through the two registries, we identify that from the families that have been tested genetically, 50%, almost 50%, they had relatives that were affected, and some of them, they had only the mutation, which means that it was difficult or almost impossible to identify them in another way. And also, we realized that the Greece is a natural park of inherited diseases because of the islands. Apart from the Naxos disease, which is a well-known case, we identify Cohen syndrome in Ikaria, Wilson disease with cardiac involvement in Kalymnos, clusters of inherited cardiovascular diseases in Crete with amyloidosis, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, and metabolic diseases. So we believe that the network has an added value. And the immediate results is coming from the cascade family screening. We gain knowledge from the interpretation, the genetic interpretation. We have a common language, and we use a very really intelligent and friendly data infrastructure, which Irene is going to present this after my presentation. So I will finish saying that, and I want to dedicate to Irene Foudoulaki this motto of Steve Jobs: the ones who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do, because of her contribution in this whole effort, which was really essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anastasakis. We are very privileged to have Irene with us in this network. Irene Foudoulaki is a principal researcher at the Institute of Informatics in Crete, and she's a collaborating researcher of our national network. She's going to present the infrastructure of the network. Irene, you have the floor.
Hello, I hope you can hear me now. I'm unmuted, and I think. Can you hear me?
Of course.
Yes, okay, great. So first of all, I was not expecting such a quote from Anastasakis, from Dr. Anastasakis, and such nice words from you and Dr. Anastasakis. So thank you so much. I have to say that whatever we did, it was a collective effort by all of us, and without the collaboration with you, nothing would have been done. So thank you so much for the choice you gave us to work with you and to produce whatever we did. So yes, I'm going to say a few words about the infrastructure that we built in the context of the network. This work was done with 3 software engineers. So it was not a big team of a big company doing this. So we were 4 people working on this topic. And the infrastructure that we built is used by all of the hospitals, the public hospitals, the cardiology clinics of the public hospitals, and the medical analysis laboratories of public research centers that participate in the network. So what did we do in this? What does this infrastructure consist of? So first of all, it consists of a registry for recording sudden death in the young. It is the first digital registry, as far as I know, that allows pathologists, forensic pathologists, to record in a structured way information about the sudden deaths that they encounter in their practice. The second registry is the registry for inherited and rare cardiovascular diseases, used by doctors to record clinical patient data. The third one is a repository. It's a data bank. It's where we store genomic data. It is used by the lab analysts, the geneticists of the network. And the fourth is an application. It's an application of epidemiological map that allows us to extract data and produce knowledge out of this data regarding diseases, diagnosis, and variants. I have put in red 3 additional systems that we built to assist clinicians, the healthcare professionals participating in the network in their everyday work. So we designed and developed an e-prescription system that helps doctors in prescribing in a digital form genetic tests, an e-lab book system that is based on the ISO 1589 that actually describes how medical laboratories should work properly. This is used by personnel, medical laboratory personnel, to do all the things that are related to a biological sample, when a biological the management of a biological sample, to record when a sample arrives in the lab, to when the sample analysis is concluded and produces when they produce the genetic report. We also created a genetic test approval system that is used by the genetic test approval committee to do all the processes necessary to accept or reject a request made by a doctor for genetic test for a patient. So first of all, the objectives of the infrastructure are mainly to assist the clinician and medical laboratory analysis personnel in their everyday tasks. So this is the big objective. The second one is to create a holistic view of the patient's health profile. That means that when we are saying holistic view, we mean that a clinician or a lab analyst or a forensic pathologist can see at any point the status of the patient's health, and regarding the clinical, the symptoms, the diagnosis, any other source of diseases that the patient might have, and also the genetic profile of the patient. An important objective is to whatever we implement, we design and implement, we do it in order to enable the collaboration between the healthcare professionals participating in the network. That is the doctors, the lab analysts, the geneticists, and the healthcare researchers. So we are collecting the infrastructure is built in order to collect data and create knowledge and information out of this data. So create knowledge is how to extract meaningful information out of this the raw data that we collect. Why do we
Irini, excuse me, do you have any presentation?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
this is
can
my
you share it?
You are not.
No, we don't see your presentation.
You can. Sorry, I thought it's I was sharing it.
Okay.
Sorry. No. I mean, I sorry. No, I mean, I share screen. So my share screen is on. I don't understand why it's not showing. Let me try again.
Okay.
Let me try again. Okay. But I don't understand. You cannot see my
No. We see your camera.
Okay. So sorry. Okay, so can you see the presentation now?
No, but we start. Yes. Okay. Perfect.
So this is what I've said up until now, and I'm here, right? So up until now, there were just words. So there is nothing like kind of sexy to show. Sorry. So why the infrastructure that we built it in order to collect the data and create knowledge to support disease prevention and diagnosis, early diagnosis if possible, and also to allow to support epidemiological surveillance, like to create epidemiological maps, as Dr. Anastasakis showed before. So when we build such infrastructures, the first thing that we need to do, there are two things in our mind. The first thing that we need to do was to have high quality data. And high quality data, it means that we needed to define protocols or common languages to represent clinical data and genomic data. And we did this collaborating with the clinicians and the geneticists to collect the requirements of those healthcare professionals. Exactly the same thing we did with the forensic pathologists where we worked with Professor Spiliopoulou to build the sudden death registry. So the second thing that we had to do was to integrate patient data. By the integration of patient data, we are able to create the holistic patient profile, the holistic view of the patient status, health status. So to do this, we followed a patient-centric design where each patient is identified by her social security number. Following this design allows us actually to bring data from different sources, and by sources I mean hospital information systems, patient registries, diagnostic centers, and also and we had different types of data. We could integrate clinical data and genomic data, such as and consequently anybody, any healthcare professional or healthcare researcher could actually have a complete view of the patient's profile. So when we designed the infrastructure, as I said before, the most important thing to start with is requirements analysis. We worked closely and for a very long time with the forensic pathologists and the clinicians and the lab personnel and the geneticists to define the protocols or the common languages for data management. Now, note that for this infrastructure, we actually had to deal with sensitive health. So we had to manage sensitive health data. For this, to make sure that we had in place all necessary, actually, how can I say, all the correct processes. We collaborated closely with the network's legal representative and the data protection officer, again with the healthcare professionals involved in the network, to define access control policies that are GDPR compliant, that they are fine with the law. So for our implementation, we had some challenges, like problems that we had to face. So the most important thing was to protect sensitive data, but at the same time, we had to support clinical practice and research. That is, we protect sensitive data, but at the same time, we had to, in order to do research, somehow you have to share your data, right? You cannot do research if you do not share your data. You are not a researcher then, you are something else. So in order to do this, and we anonymized, we followed the data anonymization process, where a patient is attributed a unique ID from which she cannot be identified. So this unique identifier is not related to her social security number. To ensure also that non-authorized users do not have access to sensitive data, that is, for instance, the lab personnel does not have access to the clinical file of the patient, we put in place a role-based access control, a fine-grained role-based access control. And to make sure also that only people with the correct credentials have access to the data, we put in place an authentication mechanism. So the infrastructure of the network, in the network, we collect different types of patient data. First of all, we have patient records, we have clinical data, and we have genomic data. So, and the infrastructure that we created supports the full digitized data lifecycle. That is, from the clinician, we go to the medical laboratory, to the clinician, and back again to the patient. The infrastructure we created stores structured data in a database. It does not store Word documents, PDF documents, or Excel files. So it stores structured data from which we can extract using well-known 30 or 40-year-old known processes. We can extract the data that are needed and that are necessary for the everyday clinical practice of the healthcare professionals. So let me show you how the flow is. So Dr. Anastasakis showed the image. I'm going to show you the flow of data that the infrastructure supports. So we have a doctor who wants to actually to add or to handle patient data, her patient data from the ICD, the registry, from the registry of inherited and rare cardiovascular diseases. So she accesses through the authentication mechanism that we have the registry, and she uses the patient's social security number to search the patient in the registry. If the patient is not in the registry, we call a national registry atlas that stores all demographic data of the Greek population, of the Greek citizens. Atlas then returns us the patient information, which is actually demographic data. That means the demographic information: the patient's first name, last name, date of birth, place where the contact address, etc. Once then the clinician can start using the registry. So she does clinical data management. She adds information, she removes information, whatever she needs to do in order to put more data. A genetic test, like prescribe a panel for cardiomyopathies or a Sanger test. Once this is done, she does this through the GenRef system, the e-prescription system, and the registry sends anonymized clinical data to this the prescription system. Once the prescription is done, then it is sent to the genetic approval system. It is sent to the genetic approval system that is used by the approvals committee, the tests approvals committee, to decide whether they are going to accept the request, the doctor's request, or not. If they accept the doctor's requests, then anonymized clinical data are sent to the lab analyst, where he or she can use the e-lab book in order to receive the patient sample, to mark if it is appropriate for analysis, to assign the technical supervisor can assign a lab analyst to do the analysis, etc., etc. Once the analysis is done, then the technical supervisor, the scientific supervisor, the geneticist, the lab personnel can upload the results, the genetic report, and the VCF and annotated VCF files to the genomic repository. The genomic repository, from the genomic data repository, information is stored, the genetic report is sent directly to the treating physician digitally. It means that there is the clinician gets notified that the report is there, the genetic report is there, and she can get the genetic report from the patient's file. So some usage statistics. The registry for inherited and rare cardiovascular diseases, the e-prescription and e-lab book systems are used by 26 clinicians from 6 cardiology clinics and 2 analysis laboratories. 8 lab analysts are using those systems. Up until now, there are 1,387 patient visits recorded in the registry. There are 453 genetic tests prescribed using the prescription system and 200 genetic analyses are performed. And all this, the management of all this data is done using the systems that we developed. There is no paper going around. This is what I mean. There's the workflow is paperless. The registry for sudden death in the young, there are 14 pathologists from 2 forensics and toxicology laboratories using it, and where they have recorded 62 sudden death cases. So now using the data that is stored in the repository and the application that we have built, we can create maps. For instance, in the leftmost, as I see it, image, you can see the frequency of cardiomyopathies in Greece, where you see like, okay, in Athens, like in Attica, we have cardiomyopathy, we have a big, let's say, a large percentage of cardiomyopathies due to population, but you also see a lot of cardiomyopathies in Thessaloniki and also in Crete, and maybe some in Western Macedonia. We can also extract data regarding the frequency of pathogenic or non-pathogenic variants in the country. And as Dr. Anastasakis showed, you can see here on the map of Crete the prominent diseases and variants in the island. So this was my very short presentation. I would like to thank you very much for the floor. I'm the only person who is not. I'm the only person who is not. Sorry,
Medical doctor.
the pathologist. I think I'm the only informatician in the panel. So I would like to thank you all for giving me the chance to present the systems that we did. Thank you so much.
And again, we thank you very much. We thank you. We have no questions for the moment, so we can proceed. We can give the floor now to Professor Vardas for the next session. Dear colleagues, good night from me. Good night from Aris and Irini. We continue this excellent conference with the cardiologist. Thank you. Good night.
Dear colleagues, as it was said already a number of times, a part of the Greek National Network of Precision Medicine in Cardiology, equal partner of this Congress is the International Cardiomyopathy Network. Today, we have the pleasure and the honor to be and to have with us two significant figures from the international world of cardiomyopathies. Persons working actively and effectively to heal the traumas of this disease. Indeed, we have with us, of course, Professor Perry Elliott and Mr. Joel Rose, Chief Executive Officer, Cardiomyopathy, UK. Please allow me to start with the case of Professor Perry Elliott, a renowned professor of cardiology, as I said before, in the international arena. Professor Elliott is indeed professor in the University of College of London, UCL, serving the Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences. Indeed, Professor Elliott, it is just very recently the new chairman of the Institute, indeed. Congratulations, Perry, for this marvelous achievement and opportunity. Professor Elliott's research focuses on advances in genomics and genomic medicine and their application to the diagnosis and management of inherited cardiovascular disease. In particular, Professor Elliott has developed low-cost, high-throughput gene sequencing technologies that interrogate the entire human genome. Through these new technologies, Professor Elliott offers enormous opportunities for the advancement of knowledge about human health and disease. So it's really a great opportunity for us to have with us Professor Elliott. Professor Elliott is going to speak in brief about ICON, this international cardiomyopathy network, and its manifesto for change, as the title indicates. Professor Elliott.
Professor Vardas, Panos, thank you for those very kind words, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be here this evening. And I think we've already heard about the way in which the Greek network is indeed the vanguard in this mission to improve diagnosis and care for patients with cardiomyopathy. What I would like to do in the next 15 minutes or so is just to give you some idea about what ICON is and why we have established it. Now, I, as well as many of the speakers at this conference, have been involved in the cardiomyopathy world for many years, and I think we're all conscious of a long history for our subspecialty. The term cardiomyopathy was probably first used by this gentleman, Wallace Brigden, who created the term to make it clear that within the noise, if you will, within coronary disease, within hypertension, there was a family of complex diseases that deserve to be classified in their own right. Later on this evening, we will be hearing from Gaetano Tieni, one of the leading lights from the cardiomyopathy world for many decades. And I'm sure he will tell us about the history of cardiomyopathy extending back to the 17th century, maybe even earlier. You know, we have names that maybe some of the younger generation are still familiar with, people like Laennec, who used the term hypertrophy for the first time. And then there are other people who I can almost guarantee you've never heard of. Robert Carswell. This was a gentleman that one of my previous fellows discovered at my own university, University College. And within our library of illustrations found these beautiful demonstrations of left ventricular hypertrophy from the 19th century. There's a long, noble history of pathologists. So Morgagni in Padova, along with William Harvey when he was working there. Someone you've probably never heard of, Schminker, but a German pathologist who was describing hypertrophic cardiomyopathy at the turn of the 20th century. Donald Tier in London, who's often ascribed the honor of being the, if you like, the guy who started the modern story of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy in the 1950s, along with a variety of astute clinicians. People like Paul Wood in the UK, but also, again, people that perhaps we've now forgotten, but Vulpian in Paris, who first described the clinical findings associated with outflow tract obstruction, and Bell in the UK. And, you know, in the 21st century, we've had this sort of, I suppose, fashion for creating timelines of all those people that, or at least some of those people who contributed to this story. So in hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, again, Eugene Brownwald, Doug Weigel in Canada, Andrew Morrow, who created the operation that we still use to this day to treat outflow tract obstruction. Barry Maron. In the UK, Bill Cleland, who probably did the first myotomy. Lord Brock, who probably did the first myectomy. And then sort of the Hammersmith school of the 60s and 70s and 80s, John Goodwin, Celia Oakley, Bill McKenna, and people such as Ulrich Siegbart, who was one of the pioneers for alcohol septal ablation. And there are many other people you could put into this story from all around the world. The same is true for the science. There are many scientists who've contributed to our knowledge of the basic molecular biology of cardiomyopathy. I've chosen here to highlight Jonathan and Christine Seidman in Boston, who really set the ball rolling for our understanding of this family of monogenic disorders by discovering the first mutation in myosin heavy chain in a large family with familial hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Now, if you fast track to the present, we now have, I think, a very sophisticated understanding of the genetic mechanisms of disease. And with the development of new technologies such as CRISPR-Cas, we're developing new platforms for the creation of models in real time that we can do at scale, where we can, again, not only understand the basic biology of disease, but identify and test new therapies. And I think, you know, having been in this field now for almost 3 decades, I've never known such a period of intense development for novel therapy. Some of this is technical, so with the development of new types of defibrillator, which reduce the risk, for example, of long-term lead complications. But even more exciting, the development of therapies which target the basic underlying etiology for disease. So, for example, a whole new class of drugs that activate or inactivate the, if you like, the sarcomere motor in cardiomyocytes, which is the principal abnormality in many people with heart muscle disease. And perhaps most excitingly, and something that we would have said was science fiction until very recently, we now potentially have the ability to correct the underlying genetic abnormalities themselves using a variety of new technology platforms, AAV-delivered virus, AAV-delivered gene to cells, but also exploiting this amazing technology discovered in archaea and other primitive organisms, the CRISPR-Cas technology, which enables us to insert or delete DNA, enabling us to turn on genes, turn off genes, to remove mutated genes. But in all this excitement, in this amazing period of innovation, why do we need yet another organization to represent cardiomyopathy? And I think this is very much a matter of perspective. How you look at all problems in life depends on your own personal perspective. In the case of cardiomyopathy, we have a number of key stakeholders. We have clinicians. So I've chosen to put forward here, largely because I think what we do as clinicians hasn't really changed from his era. We have new technologies, we have MRI, we have CT scans, but essentially as clinicians, what we try to do is to decide what it is that the patient has, and then hopefully to devise a therapy. If you're a basic scientist, Lucy, forgive me, I've chosen to use your picture here, but there it's about what is the underlying molecular mechanism of this disease, and can we develop new therapies? And then the third key stakeholder in the cardiomyopathy world are the drug companies or the device companies, who are now increasingly moving into this space. And the questions they ask themselves is, first of all, do we have a product that may be useful, or can we develop one? Can we actually test that in a meaningful clinical trial? And is there actually a market for any products that we do develop? I think whilst there is, as I've already implied, intense activity in each of these areas, I think there is still a failure to effectively communicate between these three traditional stakeholders. But of course, on this slide, there's also a fourth stakeholder that's missing. And that, of course, is the patient. Because they too have a perspective that perhaps as clinicians, we often don't hear.
The shock of diagnosis was the biggest one. I was really shook up by that. I felt fear. I was ignorant of the condition. And to a little extent, I was also mourning what I expected my life to be like in coming years.
Shock, fear, ignorance, mourning for a loss of a future. We take it for granted that we're coming into people's lives and having a huge impact, but we're in their lives for no more than 10 minutes or 20 minutes often, maybe once or twice a year. And we give them a diagnosis of a cardiomyopathy, and then they leave. And the place they go to is a very lonely place. Some will try to learn about their condition to take better control, but they soon realize that what they have has implications not only for themselves, but for their families, maybe for their occupation. It has significant ramifications for the whole of their life. We're fortunate to live in an information age, so patients will often go to the internet to get further information about their condition. And I sometimes maybe slightly flippantly call this a Google moment, because if you're a patient, you can get sucked into an information universe that can be very frightening. And it leaves you with a whole series of different questions about where you go for the correct information, what you can do to protect yourself against the disease. What are the implications for your family? What will it mean to your future family? Are there treatments? What are the risks and benefits of those treatments? What are the side effects? What alternatives do you have as a patient? And something I think we do really bad is that we're very reductionist in our approach to the impact of disease on an individual. We talk about chest pain or MYHA functional class or an N-terminal pro-BNP level. But disease is much more than that. It's about a multi-system, a multi-dimensional impact on a person's life and how they feel about themselves, their self-perception, and their interaction with their family, their friends, and the rest of society. So I think we have a problem in communication, not only between the traditional stakeholders in disease, but also between the genuine impact of a disease on an individual, as well as, you know, the scientists, the drug company, and their doctor. And this is where we would like ICON to come in. ICON we see as an organization which facilitates, that promotes a new dialogue between each of the key stakeholders in cardiomyopathy, whether they be healthcare professionals, whether they be scientists, whether they be the pharma industry, whether they be the patient and their family. The aims of ICON, some of which are listed here, are to create a network of these different stakeholders. It is, of course, about education and training of healthcare professionals, but it's also about the promotion and facilitation of research for the public benefit. It's to disseminate the results of research, but also ICON, one of its goals is to act as an advocate for people with these diseases. The organization is registered as a charity in the UK, but it is very much an internationally facing organization. And I'm very privileged and honored to work with a number of key individuals on the board of ICON who have been chosen in a way to represent these different stakeholders, whether they be clinicians, whether they look after adults or children, whether they represent patients or the basic science community. We've been saying that this is in partnership with the Greek Network, our first conference. It isn't really. I have to pay tribute to Alice Linhart in Prague, who gave us our first opportunity to go public back in those heady pre-COVID days at the end of 2019. Obviously, COVID has delayed our launch in many respects, but we have tried to use this period to provide some public-facing material. This is one example of what ICON is trying to achieve, and this was the brainchild of two researchers within our department, Alex Protonotarius and Max Lorenzini. And what we've created here is a monthly platform which allows investigators, young investigators from all over Europe and indeed elsewhere, to present their work to their peers and to be challenged, but also to engage in an exciting scientific dialogue. Over the next 3 days, we're going to be partnering with the Greek National Network. And I think you've already heard that in its quiet way, it really is a beacon of excellence. I think what the Greek Network has achieved over the past 2 to 3 years puts countries like my own, which maybe has more income, we're a richer country, and yet you've already made greater strides in creating a genuinely effective network than we have and many other countries have. So over the next year or so, we are now trying to obtain the resources to engage in an active policy development program and to develop our advocacy role. We will be engaging in a research priority setting exercise, and of course we will be developing new platforms for education and training. I urge you to keep an eye on what we're doing and to join with us, because this is meant to be a network of different stakeholders, young, old, scientists, clinicians, and industry. And we really look forward to working with the Greek Network and many other networks over coming years. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Perry. Thank you very much, Professor Elliott, for what you are doing, and especially for your support and collaboration with the Greek Network. Let's go to the next esteemed colleague being present in our Congress today. Mr. Joel Rose from UK, Chief Executive Officer of Cardiomyopathy UK, is a well-known figure activated in the cardiomyopathy domains. Indeed, Joel has been Chief Executive of Cardiomyopathy UK since 2015. He is an experienced charity professional and volunteer, and he has been leading small and medium-sized charities for over 12 years. His work has focused on service development, fundraising, strategic planning, change management, governance, and campaigning. Joel has a special interest in working to ensure that patient needs are properly met by all these healthcare systems involved and researchers. He has recently brought together a number of patients, and he has managed to lead a number of cardiomyopathies charities from around the world, and so he has managed to form the Cardiomyopathy Council, a group which he now chairs. So it is really a pleasure for us to see here with us Mr. Joel Rose, and to listen his talk, the title of which is Patients and Families as Active Partners. Mr. Rose, please.
Hello, my name is Joel Rose, and I'm the Chief Executive of Cardiomyopathy UK. We're the UK national charity for people affected by cardiomyopathy. We provide a range of information and support services that are designed to help people feel more informed about their condition, less scared or isolated, more confident and better able to cope day to day. We also work to raise awareness of the condition, provide education opportunities for clinicians, undertake and support research, and campaign for better access to treatment. As a charity, we always say that we work for everyone affected by cardiomyopathy, because we all know that the disease does not only affect the person with the condition, but also their partners, parents, children, and loved ones. And it's important to remember that holistic family approach when we talk about the value of having patients and families as active partners in the diagnosis and treatment journey. I believe it's important to think about the key features of active partnership from a patient perspective. When we speak to people with cardiomyopathy, they tell us that partnership is about knowing where they are in the system, what's happening next, what their options are, and what their rights are. As a partner in the process, patients want to have equal knowledge and equal access to information about their treatment. Partnership is also about having choice, being treated as an equal with respect, and having the information and resources needed to make informed decisions. For patients, partnership also means that they and their family feel that they can influence their care and make decisions, that they're confident to speak up and take mutual responsibility for treatment. Ultimately, active partnership helps people to feel in control of their situation. So why is this important? Well, if active partnership means people feel in control, feeling in control leads to better outcomes. It's well recognized that when someone feels that they have some control or agency over their care and treatment, there are fewer emergencies, better decision-making, improved compliance, and it's a better use of resources as there's fewer inappropriate appointments. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, feeling in control improves mental well-being, with all the additional health benefits that that brings. Remember, a diagnosis of cardiomyopathy is scary, partly because it represents a huge loss of control over one's own life. Bringing back some control helps to alleviate some of that fear. So the main message, I think, from a patient perspective as you go through this conference is consider your own practice, your own services and institutions. What can you do to encourage and enable more active partnership? Each environment will have its own challenges or barriers to change, whether these are time or money or culture. So it's important to start with the feelings that you want to instill and then think creatively about what actions would lead to these feelings. Speak to your patients and their families. Ask them how you and your services can work in partnership with them so that they have that knowledge of where they are in the system and what's next, what their options and rights are. So they have more choice, are treated with respect, and are able to access resources to make informed decisions. And so they have that feeling that they can influence their treatment. They're confident enough to speak up and play their part. You may have a local cardiomyopathy group or relevant charity in your area, and they can be a great source of support in this work. Here in the UK, we have a team of trained volunteers who we call change makers. It's their job to work with local clinicians to identify achievable and tangible changes to systems and practice that will help to facilitate better partnership and give back some of that sense of control. Remember what the goal is here. Because when active partnership works well, people feel more in control. Being in control leads to better outcomes. And ultimately that means happier and healthier people. And thank you.
Excuse me. So I said that it was a marvelous opportunity for us to listen what Mr. Rose said about cardiomyopathies and how to support the patients, the organizations, the physicians, and the whole endeavor related to this activity and to this service. And now we are very pleased to start the opening lectures, and this session is co-chaired by Professor Elliott. So I would like kindly to invite Professor Elliott to join us here and to co-chair this opening lectures session. Perry, I know that you are so close to all these activities of Professor Kasky, so please, could you introduce Professor Kasky?
Of course, great pleasure. So it is a great pleasure to introduce Juan Pablo Kasky. Juan Pablo I've known for many, many years, and he's now become, I think, one of the major leading lights in pediatric cardiomyopathy. When I think back when we started, pediatric cardiomyopathy was seen as a sort of a rare, slightly esoteric area. The few cases that were identified were felt to be almost hopeless and beyond any form of active treatment. And I think what Juan Pablo has done over recent years is to show that actually, if you take a systematic approach to diagnosis and management, that you can not only make the diagnosis more effectively, but also save lives and improve the quality of life of children with this complex family of diseases. I think Juan Pablo has many different strings to his bow, but perhaps the most important thing he's done in recent years is to develop risk stratification algorithms for children. The insertion of defibrillators in kids with cardiomyopathy is never a small decision to make. And what he and his group have done, I think, have provided us with a more rational, a more systematic approach to identifying those individuals who are most likely to benefit from therapy. The most important thing he continually teaches me is that this is a lifelong disease, because he sees it from its inception. And that's why tonight we've asked him to talk about cardiomyopathies as a lifelong disease. So Juan Pablo, really nice to see you here, and we're really looking forward to your lecture.
Fantastic. Thank you, Perry, so much for your kind introduction, and thank you also to the organizers for inviting me. It's a real honor to be able to give one of the opening lectures of what promises to be a truly fantastic few days. So when we think about lifelong disease, often there's a tendency to focus on this end of the spectrum. So how a disease progresses over time, how it affects older individuals. But what I'd like to do is shift the focus a little bit towards the younger age group and the sort of early spectrum of this lifelong group of diseases. And in particular, I'd like to maybe address some of the chasms that perhaps have developed in terms of our understanding of pediatric cardiomyopathies in the context of the much larger group of adult disease. And in that process, hopefully debunk some of the myths that have evolved over the last few years in relation to this. And what I'll try and do over the next 15 or 20 minutes is focus on some aspects of diagnosis, of screening, and of clinical management. So these are the cardiomyopathies, and as we'll hear throughout the course of the next 3 days, the definition and classification of the cardiomyopathy, at least as it currently stands, is based primarily on its morphological description. So you have hearts that are thick, that we term hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, a dilated, poorly functioning hearts that are dilated cardiomyopathy, and so on. But it's important to remember that these in themselves are not actual diagnoses. It's the first step in the diagnostic process, diagnostic pathway, but it's truly a morphological description. So what we then have to do is divide these conditions into familial or genetic or non-familial, non-genetic causes, and then still further to try to identify each specific disease subtype. And this is particularly important, I think, in pediatric cardiomyopathies. We know that the etiology of cardiomyopathies in childhood is extremely heterogeneous. These are data from a UK national cohort that we published a couple of years ago, where we found that whilst most children with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy have what we called idiopathic disease, this is primarily sarcomeric disease, there's still an important minority of patients with secondary causes, other causes. So malformation syndromes, particularly Noonan syndrome and other related retinopathies, metabolic disease, and neuromuscular syndromes. And these are particularly important in the first 2 years of life. That's where their prevalence is highest. But it's important to recognize that actually these diseases occur across the lifespan of individuals, and we can make the diagnosis of some of these very rare diseases later on in life. And here's an example of the sort of thing that we're talking about and the sort of thing that Perry alluded to in his introduction. So this is a patient of ours, a boy who presents at the age of 4 months with symptoms of heart failure, born of consanguineous parents, an extremely abnormal ECG, gross voltage criteria for ventricular hypertrophy and repolarization abnormalities, and an echocardiogram that shows truly extremely severe left and right ventricular hypertrophy. In a case like this, you don't really need genetic testing or any fancy tools to make the diagnosis. This is an example of Pompe disease. And it's important to make these diagnoses and identify these patients because we know that the prognosis is different in these children. So we know, again, data from our UK cohort, that children diagnosed in the first 2 years of life have a worse prognosis than those diagnosed at a later stage. And also that is partly driven by the underlying etiology. So inborn errors of metabolism, like Pompe's disease, tend to have a much worse prognosis than some of the other etiologies. But if we focus more on that group in infancy, and these are data from a multi-center study involving a number of centers in Europe that we published just a few months ago, what we find is that whilst it is the case that those children with metabolic cardiomyopathies tend to have a worse prognosis, actually in all the etiologies, most of the attrition happens in those first 2 years. And those children that survive those first 2 years actually do very well. So most of the deaths are happening in that period of infancy across all etiologies. And importantly, the most common cause of death in many of these patients, particularly those with retinopathies and metabolic disease, are non-cardiac causes of death. So it's really important to identify these children because the treatment focus will be very, very different. What's also interesting from this cohort is that although genetic testing has increased in more recent eras, even in infants with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, what we're finding is that there's a substantial proportion of infants diagnosed with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy who have sarcomeric disease, a non-syndromic disease. This concept that infantile disease, for example, is a very different group of conditions to adult cardiomyopathies may not be perhaps as true as we once thought. It matters to identify these patients also because the treatments might be different. So we've been practicing precision medicine in pediatric cardiology for many, many years. We know that treatment with enzyme replacement therapy, for example, reduces the degree of left ventricular hypertrophy in children with Pompe disease. And more recently, there are data emerging that treatment with MEK inhibitors might also do something similar in very sick infants with Noonan syndrome. So still data to be acquired here. So that was all hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. We see a very similar pattern in dilated cardiomyopathy, extremely heterogeneous group of conditions in the pediatric population. And again, important to identify the different etiologies because the prognosis, the outcomes are different. These are data from a pediatric cardiomyopathy registry. And what's striking is that much like our hypertrophic cardiomyopathy cohort, most cases are apparently idiopathic. There are important minorities of myocarditis as a cause, but in this cohort, only 5% of the children included in this study had evidence of familial disease. And so this leads to that first paradigm or myth that I'd like to debunk, and that's that familial genetic disease is actually uncommon in pediatric cardiomyopathies. Now, we know that's not the case. Many years ago, we showed that in pre-adolescent children with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, familial disease is present in over 60% of cases, and in over 50%, we identified mutations in the cardiac sarcomere protein genes, same mutations that cause disease in adults. And that's across all age groups, with the exception of that first year of life. But as I've already shown, even an important proportion of those patients also do have sarcomeric disease. And we're beginning to see something similar with the other cardiomyopathy subtypes, so data from whole exome sequencing suggesting a yield of genetic testing of up to 50% in childhood DCM, the usual suspects, same sort of genes that cause disease in adults, and similar findings now emerging with the arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy group. And these are data from the European Pediatric Cardiomyopathy and Myocarditis Registry that we presented at the ESC Congress a couple of years ago, but really showing the same thing. So a high prevalence of familial disease across all age groups, across all subtypes of cardiomyopathy, and a very high yield of genetic testing. So over 70%, for example, in children with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And similar data now emerging from the Pediatric Cardiomyopathy Registry published earlier this year. So this idea that genetic disease, that familial disease is rare in childhood is really not the case. Now, this leads to another question. Can we use genetic testing to help us diagnose pediatric cardiomyopathies? So here's an example. This is a patient referred to us following the diagnosis of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy in his father. His father has a well-recognized pathogenic mutation in troponin T. And these are the investigations in our patient. So this boy is 14 years old at the time. He has a slightly abnormal repolarization on his resting ECG, but no evidence of left ventricular hypertrophy on echo or cardiac MRI. But on 24-hour monitoring, we find evidence of non-sustained ventricular tachycardia. When we go back and perform predictive genetic testing, we confirm that this boy also carries the familial troponin T variant. So does this child have hypertrophic cardiomyopathy? So he doesn't have left ventricular hypertrophy, but actually there are features here of the phenotype of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. I think this is important because it highlights the necessity to not focus on a single parameter when we're identifying disease, particularly in relatives. And this leads really to the second paradigm or myth that I'd like to debunk. And that's this concept that when it's not that super rare stuff like Pompe's disease that I showed you earlier on, if it's not that sort of stuff, then actually pediatric cardiomyopathies are just very mild, very early forms of adult disease, and so nothing much to worry about. So here's another example. This is a patient with a very strong family history of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy caused by a very well-recognized mutation in the beta-myosin heavy chain gene, a number of sudden cardiac deaths in the family, a number of heart failure-related deaths. And this is the phenotype of this patient at the age of 11. So severe left ventricular hypertrophy, substantial scarring on cardiac MRI. This is not mild disease. And in fact, when we look at our cohort of children with beta-myosin heavy chain mutations, primarily relatives who referred for family screening rather than probands, diagnosed across a whole age spectrum, but importantly, many diagnosed in that first year of life. These children have very severe disease. These are maximal wall thickness Z scores. 3% present with out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. But what's interesting is that in this cohort, yes, we have appropriate ICD therapies and some sudden cardiac death, though actually not many at all. What's remarkable is that in this cohort, there's a relatively high prevalence of cardiac transplantation and heart failure-related morbidity and mortality. And this is in contrast to what we see with myosin-binding protein C mutations. So these are data, again, published very recently, looking at over 60 children with MYBPC3 variants. In this case, again, diagnosis very early on in life, 40% due to family history, the others incidentally or due to symptoms. But 10% of these patients presented with an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. And the prognosis for these patients is really very poor. It's really a high prevalence of arrhythmic disease that we're seeing in these patients. And importantly, whether you're a proband or a relative doesn't seem to make much difference in terms of the prognosis for these C protein patients. So potentially some genotype-phenotype correlations that are worth exploring here. And I think this leads nicely on to the next aspect that I'd like to discuss, which is the issue of family screening. So current guidelines for clinical and genetic testing in relatives of individuals with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy recommend cascade screening as a class 1 indication, but not in childhood. So in childhood, the current European guidelines don't recommend starting screening below the age of 10. The American guidelines until the most recent iteration were very similar. The only difference is that they recommended starting screening routinely from the age of 12 onwards. This is based on what is available in the literature. So I've already shown you with DCM, but it's the same with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Familial disease very rarely reported in the pediatric literature. There are also data from a study from Barry Maron's group in the 1980s that suggested that in familial disease, left ventricular hypertrophy doesn't tend to develop until adolescence or later. More recently, data from a Danish group suggesting that the penetrance of sarcomeric disease was extremely low in the pediatric population. So this is what those guidelines and recommendations are based on. And this leads to this paradigm that actually there's no need to screen for cardiomyopathies in childhood because it doesn't exist, doesn't happen. The problem is that if you don't look, you won't find. So if we look at Barry Maron's paper, what you find is that, first of all, there are very few children below the age of 10 included in this study, but those that are already have evidence of left ventricular hypertrophy. So they already had a diagnosis of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And yes, the absolute values for wall thickness increase with age, as you'd expect, but they already had HCM. And with the penetrance study, actually, there are very, very few children included in this study in the first place. So difficult to draw meaningful conclusions. But this is different to what we have seen in our own practice. And we published this in Circulation in 2019. And this was our experience of screening pediatric first-degree relatives for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So nearly 1,200 patients from nearly 600 families. And what we found was that in nearly 10% of these families, we were able to make a diagnosis, a clinical diagnosis of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And that diagnosis was made at all ages, but including a very substantial proportion of patients diagnosed very early on in life. In fact, the median age of diagnosis in this group was 10, 80% diagnosed below the age of 12, often in that first visit. And importantly, the diagnosis results in a change in management in over a third of these patients. And if we just follow the prevailing European, North American guidelines, we would have missed the opportunity potentially to make a difference to a huge chunk of these children's lives. What we were also able to show, and these are data from Max Lorenzini and Perry Elliott together with our group, was that the penetrance of sarcomeric disease in this cohort, a much larger study, is around 50% at 15 years. And importantly, that is the case regardless of the age at which you're screening. So if there's an argument to be made that clinical screening and genetic screening is worthwhile, then actually there's nothing to suggest an age cutoff for that. There may be other things like ECG changes that might be useful to guide which patients might benefit more from clinical screening, but certainly age should not be one of those. Now, of course, we don't want to create more problems when they're there. And so it's really important that all of this clinical and genetic screening happens in the context of a multidisciplinary, holistic center. And we have shown that in that context, actually clinical screening and genetic diagnosis does not affect the psychosocial performance or scores of the children that we see in our clinics. And actually, there's very interesting data emerging from the Pediatric Cardiomyopathy Registry in the States to suggest that teenagers in particular actually want to know, they want to be screened, they want to receive the genetic information, and often they want to receive it at the same time as their parents. And so as a result of all of this, the most recent iteration of the American hypertrophic cardiomyopathy guidelines have now changed. They've removed that lower age limit and now recommends clinical screening at any age, and certainly not after puberty. Now, in terms of management, and this is hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, but actually the same applies to all the cardiomyopathy subtypes. The focus really for years, as Perry mentioned, has been on prevention of complications, so sudden cardiac death, stroke, atrial fibrillation, heart failure, and empirically on treatment of symptoms. Now, focusing on sudden cardiac death, this is again data on hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, but the same sort of thing applies to the other cardiomyopathy subtypes. There are multiple triggers for ventricular arrhythmias in hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And some of the early studies suggested that these were diseases that were associated with a high degree of lethality, so sudden death rates of up to 10% per year in some series. The more recent population-based studies, PCMR data, our own UK cohort, suggest that actually the outcome is much better than that. Sudden death rates in the region of 1.2 to 1.5% per year. So much, much lower than previously thought, but still about 50% higher than what we see in adult populations. We know that ICD implantation is effective at reducing the risk of sudden cardiac death, both for secondary prevention and for primary prevention in children with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. But we also know that this comes at the expense of significant complications. So again, these are data from our UK cohort, but 21% had complications, and these were primarily related to lead issues, but also to infection. And this is beyond the scope of the study, but there's a move in recent eras towards implanting simpler devices, subcutaneous devices, single chamber devices. So really important actually to identify those children who are most at risk and who would most benefit from implantation of an ICD. The current guidelines for children are really extrapolated from adult data. So European guidelines recommend ICD implantation in the presence of 2 or more of the so-called conventional risk factors, severe LVH, unexplained syncope, non-sustained VT, family history of sudden cardiac death. The American guidelines, including the most recent guidelines, use a very similar approach, a cumulative risk factor approach. The only difference being that in the States, you just need one of those so-called conventional risk factors to warrant an ICD. And this is the paradigm that actually sudden death risk in children can be assessed just by extrapolating what we know about adults. Now, again, we showed that this isn't the case. Again, using our UK cohorts, what we found was that whilst it's true that those children with increasing number of risk factors do have a higher risk of sudden cardiac death, most children who died suddenly or had an event actually had only one, or in many cases, none of those conventional risk factors. And the performance of this approach is a little better than random, but really not much more so than that. See statistics of 0.6, 0.62 for the European and the American approach. And so in order to address this issue, this gap in knowledge, a few years ago, we established an international pediatric hypertrophic cardiomyopathy consortium. Now consists of data from over 45 centers and over 1,700 children. And we used this to develop and validate the first prediction model specifically for children with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. This was published a couple of years ago. And we used parameters that we identified from the relatively limited literature, but these were risk factors that were associated with sudden cardiac death in the literature, maximal wall thickness, left atrial diameter, importantly as continuous variables, but also corrected for body size, which is important in a pediatric population. Unexplained syncope, non-sustained VT, and left ventricular outflow tract obstruction. And using this, we were able to develop a model that on our internal validation accurately predicted those at highest risk of sudden cardiac death with a good C statistic and a good calibration slope, very similar to the adult models. Since then, there have been 2 very small external validation studies, one with 78 patients from Poland, one with 100 patients from Sweden, but both suggesting that this is a better approach than the current recommendations. And we have also completed our own external validation using a completely independent group of patients, including patients from the SHARE registry. And again, we're able to show that this model performs well. And although we didn't set out to identify a specific threshold using 6%, which is the same threshold that's used in adults, seems to be the most accurate way of predicting sudden cardiac death in this population. But of course, the importance of these models is to allow shared decision making between professionals and families. There's another model that was published after ours from the Toronto group that used a slightly different approach to risk factor identification. It was a much smaller cohort, but actually the risk factors that were identified are very, very similar, and the performance of both models seems to be quite similar also. So I think we now have a much more accurate way of predicting sudden cardiac death in children with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, but there are, of course, important gaps of knowledge that still remain. So first of all, we need to externally validate this in a real world situation. And so in order to do that, we've made our model widely available, freely available on the internet. We know that hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is an evolving phenotype, particularly so during childhood. And so it'll be really important to validate this model using serial data and to incorporate that into future iterations. Important also to assess additional risk factors. We looked at whether the addition of an ECG risk score was able to refine the model. In our experience, it didn't. Some data from the Polish study suggesting that perhaps the addition of late GAD enhancement to our risk model improves its performance a little bit, but these are very early days and we'll need to look at this in more detail. Everything I've talked to you about in relation to risk relates to non-sarcomeric disease, but we know that although it's much rarer, children with rasopathy syndromes, metabolic disease can also die suddenly, and so identifying specific risk factors for those groups will be extremely important. We'll need to assess the relationship of individual risk factors with sudden cardiac death in more detail, and particularly left ventricular outflow tract obstruction, which appears to have a slightly different relationship to sudden death compared to adults. And finally, I think it's really important to remember that although we're focusing on sudden cardiac death because that is the most common mode of death in childhood, actually hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is really a disease of heart failure longer term. And these are really elegant data from the SHARE registry published earlier this year, showing a substantial lifelong morbidity that's actually more related to heart failure and atrial fibrillation in individuals with childhood onset disease. So coming back to this issue of lifelong morbidity and these being a group of diseases that affect individuals of all ages, these are data that we presented at the EST earlier this year, looking specifically at children diagnosed under the age of 12. And what we were able to show was that the outcomes, the natural history curve appears to be shifted to the left. So it's the same disease that we're seeing in the older children, but the events are happening much, much earlier. And this is also what we see in adults with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Again, data from the SHARE registry showing that those with an earlier age of diagnosis have a substantially longer period of lifelong morbidity. And so when we're thinking about treatments, and Perry, you touched on this earlier on, it's really important to have a look at whether we can now start to modify the disease process itself. And Perry's already mentioned this. There are new drugs that are now emerging that do this. They target the underlying pathophysiology. So the example of mavacamten, a myosin inhibitor in adults with symptomatic left ventricular outflow tract obstruction. More recently, the trial of aficamten that the Redwood HCM trial reported also showing very promising findings. For me, what's really exciting about these class of drugs is that in the preclinical model, in the mouse model, these drugs appear to prevent the development of left ventricular hypertrophy. And as Perry also mentioned, there are now programs related to gene therapy that are also targeting children and neonates with hypertrophic and other cardiomyopathies. And so I think we're entering a really exciting era. And really, when we think about lifelong disease, we have to start from the very, very beginning and those children who develop these diseases. So in pediatric practice, we have cohorts of preclinical patients, patients with early disease, patients with overt disease, all the way through to severe phenotypic expression. And these all represent important opportunities for intervention. So thank you very much indeed. I just want to thank all of the investigators from the UK Pediatric Open Investigators and the International Pediatric Hypertrophic Cardiomyopathy Consortium for contributing and collaborating with us in much of the work that I showed today. Thank you very much.
Fantastic talk. I mean, I think, you know, you've given us almost breathless summary of everything going on in cardiomyopathy at the moment. But as I said at the beginning, 20 years ago, it was an empty space. And I think you've shown now that we understand a lot more, not only about etiology, but about natural history and so on. So Panos, we've got, I think, a few minutes for questions and for reflections. Would you like to begin?
No, I don't like to end anything here. Actually, we are a bit late, but indeed, what I would like to comment is that during the last few years, the progress in this domain is huge, is clear, and as such, we have to be proud that a number of other developments will follow in other different possibly diseases, rare diseases, and other subfields of cardiology. But here, in this difficult area, the progress is clear.
Absolutely. Yeah. So if one just coming to keep on, I'm going to ask you the first question I talk about all the time, and it's about genetic disease in children and why they present early. And so should we just rehearse that argument again? So, if my proposition to you is that when we start from adults and we look at the families, we don't see disease in kids. So is that because we're missing it, or because there's something that we're missing in the early presentations, whether that be other genetic or environmental factors or whatever?
Yeah, thank you, Barry. So I think that's a key question, really, isn't it? So the one possible explanation for this, and I think this definitely accounts for some of that, is the fact that until very recently we just weren't looking for these diseases in children. So you can start from an adult pedigree and ask, have any of your children died suddenly? But that doesn't really pick up the disease in those children. And I think once you start to look, you do start to find that there are phenotypes there, and sometimes they're phenotypes because you might argue, well, if they're symptomatic, they were going to present anyway. But actually, that isn't necessarily the case. Often the symptoms are very non-specific. They may present, but they may have presented 5 years down the line after undergoing lots and lots of investigations for respiratory disease, for other conditions. And I think that's certainly one aspect of it. It is also the case, though, that we do have cohorts of children with exactly the same mutations that we see in their parents and other people in the family, and they have much more severe disease. And why that's the case, we still don't know. And I suspect it will end up being something related to epigenetic factors, environmental factors, other sort of genetic issues. Our cohorts are a lot purer, I think, than the adult cohorts. And what I mean by that is that we don't have a lot of the confounders that we see in adult patients, like hypertension, obesity, diabetes, that sort of thing. And so it may be that what we're describing actually is the sort of the true sarcomeric disease, which you're seeing a little bit. You're seeing some of that in the adult population, but a lot of what you see in adults may not be that, maybe something different. So I'm not sure if that answers the question, but
well, it's an interesting concept that you're the one seeing the true disease and we're not. but Panos, yeah, please.
I would like to ask something here that indeed I should know, but I don't. Talking about childhood increase mortality in those children with inherited hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Is the phenotype, the hypertrophied myocardium, which predisposes to sudden death, or is the mutation itself?
Thank you very much, Professor Vargas. That's a fantastic question. And I think it certainly is the case that although the rates of sudden cardiac death are nowhere near as high as people used to think in the pediatric population, they are higher than what we see in adults. And I think partly it's related to what we were just talking about, that our cohort is a cohort really of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. It doesn't include these other patients with non-sarcomeric disease, with obesity, with hypertension, that probably have a different risk profile. But the phenotypes that we're seeing in these children actually are not that different to what you see in the adults. So they have the same distribution of hypertrophy, they have thick hearts, they have late GAD on cardiac MRI. We see non-sustained VT rarely, but when we see it, it's bad news. So there must be something else. Now, again, whether that's related to the fact that there are fewer protective genetic epigenetic factors in these children or not, we just don't know. But it is a real phenomenon, and the mutations are the same and the phenotypes are the same.
Ron, you brought up the question of screening in childhood, and in the context of maybe family screening, and we're going to have a couple of questions here about first of all, the role of the electrocardiogram in screening young relatives, and whether or not you think there are other markers of disease that are more sensitive to early diagnosis in children than perhaps they would be in adults.
Thank you. Yes, I think so. The ECG is, for me, a crucial tool in screening for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So we very often, one of the nice things about what we do in screening families is that you see the diseases develop, not just in hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, but in all the other cardiomyopathies also. You see that first ectopic in the ARVC families, for example. And what we see initially in hypertrophic cardiomyopathy are ECG changes. So it's unusual, not impossible, but it's unusual for us to find diagnostic criteria for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy on echo without an abnormal ECG first. And you see the Q waves developing, you start to see the repolarization abnormality developing, left axis deviation. Is it the most sensitive screening tool? It's probably the most sensitive screening tool that we have at the moment that is widely available. But we do see other early phenotypic features if you start looking from an imaging perspective, for example. So abnormalities in the mitral valve, things like crypts, and structural abnormalities that you see before the phenotype develops. And in that context, I think the thing that we've seen, and this is anecdotal, we haven't analyzed this properly yet, but actually one of the things that we see is this hyperdynamic systolic function. Mm-hmm. This exaggerated systolic contraction actually is what it is. And whether that's just an early phenotype of left ventricular hypertrophy as opposed to hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, we don't know. But it's certainly something that anecdotally you see that when you screen relatives.
Yeah. I think that particular phenotype is really interesting, isn't it? That this exaggerated systolic thickening that we think we see in kids. And in a way, your comment about the purer disease in kids may exactly be that, because we've got this putative mechanism, at least associated with myosin heavy chain mutations, that the reason you get hypertrophy is because of this hypercontractile phenotype, which I don't really think we see in its purest form in adults. I mean, we have high ejection fractions because they've got small cavities, but when you look at the muscle, the thick bits don't do much. Whereas in the kids, you actually see that evolution from the non-hypertrophic to the hypertrophic phase. So, I mean, sort of segueing into therapy, I mean, would you anticipate, would you guess that maybe some of the therapies that we're now contemplating, MAVA or other drugs similar to MAVA, are going to be more effective in kids?
So that's a great question, and that's I'm very optimistic about that based on the preclinical studies, but also based on the mechanisms of disease, absolutely. And I think what there certainly needs to be is a move towards including or carrying out pediatric trials for these drugs, and doing that at an early stage. So often what happens is that trials take place in adult populations. It takes a long time for that to filter down to children. In fact, they never do filter down to children. So we never have randomized control trials in children. People start using it on a compassionate basis and then just extrapolate on it. Actually, I think there's a really good argument for doing pediatric specific trials very early on in the process, particularly for these sorts of therapies that do target that underlying pathophysiological mechanism.
There are some few questions from the audience here. Is one asking about the role of EPS, or electrophysiological studies, in the risk stratification process among lower risk patients with, for example, one risk factor. What's your opinion? And from my side, as we are talking about ECG and risk stratification, I am pondering how much soon artificial intelligence is going to be involved in the risk stratification through ECG analysis, because it's clear. Yeah. But what about the electrophysiological studies in these patients, young, small children, etc.?
Yeah. So in my experience, there really is no role for electrophysiological studies for risk stratification in hypertrophic cardiomyopathy in children. There has been one study, a small study, non-controlled, that reported inducible ventricular arrhythmias at EP study as a potential risk marker for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, but that's never really been replicated, and it's definitely not something that we use. I think I'm right in saying that would be the similar approach in adult populations also. We wouldn't use EP studies for risk stratification purposes. The issue of the ECGs is interesting. So there are some suggestions that the ECG phenotype might be a useful predictor of risk in children. Actually, it's data from a single center, from Osman Smith's group. We actually looked at that in our cohort, and it was quite a large cohort that we looked at it, and really the ECG phenotype in a way that we could assess it manually really did make no difference to the performance of added nothing to the performance of our HOCM risk kids model. But there are already attempts at using artificial intelligence and machine learning, particularly for ECGs in pediatric hypertrophic cardiomyopathy from the Mayo Clinic, for instance. And I suspect that will be an area that grows in interest. Whether it ends up being better or adding anything to what we currently have, I don't know. Certainly, what we're currently able to assess doesn't seem to improve risk stratification in children.
Yeah, it's a matter of how much well the algorithms will be trained, and especially what is going to be the size of the data sets for the trained algorithms. If they had managed to collect a number of ECGs from persons who later became victims of sudden death, that would be a reason for us to be optimistic that the ECG analysis will be helpful, but it's a matter of time, of course.
And the problem is that the event rates are very low, and they take a very, very long time to happen. So any of these potentially new parameters where we don't really have that much, and ECG is different because you probably do have a lot of retrospective data, but things like MRI, for example, it's very difficult to prospectively assess that in pediatric populations because small numbers of patients and actually relatively rare events.
So a couple of questions, one related to that last point. So what about fibrosis in kids? As you know, it's sort of controversial. I'm not sure controversy is quite the right word, but people are still trying to show the additive value of assessing fibrosis on predicting outcomes in adults. And what about in kids? What do we know about?
So that's certainly something. So instinctively, when you see in clinic, when you see a child with a horrible scarring on their MRI, you worry. But the question for me is, as you say, whether this adds to what we currently have. So does this refine our existing models? One of the difficulties with MRIs in children is that below a certain age, it's very difficult to do cardiac MRIs without anesthesia, and difficult to justify giving an anesthetic to somebody just to do a cardiac MRI. But also, heart rates are faster. The image quality is perhaps not quite as good. I don't think we've been so good at really properly assessing the quantity of late CAD enhancement in cardiac MRI. There are some data that are starting to emerge, but again, the numbers are very small. And at the moment, there's, as I say, instinctively you think, yeah, it may well be an additional risk factor, but actually we don't have those data.
There is another question there here.
Yeah, so this is a highly informed question, and it relates to the risk algorithm. So showing that your event rates are double those of adults. So is that real? Do you think? I mean, it was always said that pediatric hypertrophic cardiomyopathy had a higher risk of dying suddenly. I mean, do you think that's what the models show?
So I think it's probably not double, but it's certainly not as the sort of rates of 8 to 10% per year that were sort of previously quoted. I don't think that's the case. Those are very highly selected, very severe phenotypes. I do think that consistently the studies that have used population-based data have shown sudden death rates of around 1.2% per year. So it's not quite double what we see in adults, but it's not far off. It's at least 50% more, and I think that's true. But I think that's the case. So I think it is a more malignant disease in childhood in terms of risk of sudden cardiac death. It's also, as I showed, a more malignant disease in terms of lifelong morbidity also. So they have a much longer period of time to develop heart failure, AF, stroke, etc. And that's definitely something that we haven't really focused on in the pediatric population in the past.
And that's an interesting point about the thresholds that we use for putting in defibrillators, isn't it? I mean, 1.2% per year. Yeah, but 1.2% per year in a child? I mean, that's substantial. I mean, you can't say that's background risk. So do you have a view on where the threshold for acceptable risk might be in children?
So I think the difficulty with that is that the risks of the treatment are also higher in children than they are in adults. So risks related to ICD implantation are substantially higher in children than are in adults. And so getting that balance right is actually quite difficult. We did look at different thresholds in terms of which threshold predicted risk most accurately, and it was 6%. That feels about right. But I think, as I mentioned before, the real value of these models is to allow an informed sort of consultation with the family, with the children and the parents. People's idea of risk is very, very different. And I think just being able to, having a number is a lot more helpful to many families than saying high risk or low risk or intermediate risk. So I think that's probably where the real value lies. I suspect that if the threshold has to be chosen, it end up being 6%, but that is probably just because it's what you do in adults, and it's easier to keep the same thing all the way along.
Yeah, I mean, Panos, for example, what's an acceptable risk to you? I mean, when we're making decisions about prophylactic therapy to reduce mortality and so on, I think
you're talking about the adult population.
Yeah.
Indeed, this parameter, what is for us the acceptable rate to decide, does not work. As you know, never we had taken into account this aspect. That for us, the most important is mostly the ejection fraction, or alternatively, only or together with the indicibility of the arrhythmia during the electrophysiological study. Okay. However, it is clear that specific group of patients, let's imagine somebody with ejection fraction 30%, with a QRS duration more than 140, 150 milliseconds, and indicibility of sustained or non-sustained VT during the electrophysiological study. This is a combination with a 5 years probability to develop sudden death of around 20-25%.
Yeah.
But you see, I shape a special group of patients.
But clearly that's because 20% conceptually seems very high.
It is high. But there are three criteria together.
Sure.
Yes, even more. Even 30-35%. It depends.
There's two things. There's two things, isn't there? There's the criteria used to identify a high-risk cohort, which I think is the basis of the debate we have most of the time in cardiology. But what we don't debate is what the level of absolute risk that triggers an intervention should be, or whether it's even possible to define that in very definitive terms. We rarely think about absolute risk. And actually, when you look at our practice for different disease states, whether it be hypertrophic cardiomyopathy or long QT syndrome or advanced heart failures you've described, we're completely inconsistent when you actually look at the absolute risk. Because we don't think in those terms.
But also we have to take into consideration the period that we're looking for. In 5 years, in 3 years, in lifespan,
yep.
It's a matter of time. let's talk about 5 years' time, which is the most reasonable.
Although for one, I mean, you're looking at longer thresholds, aren't you?
Yeah, completely. Yeah. I think exactly the question of whether 5 years is appropriate or not is important in children.
I think we're coming towards the end of the session. I mean, thank you for that. I mean, we've actually taken longer to grill you, and I know it's been a rough day for you, so I apologise. I really apologise. So I think that was a really fantastic talk and an even better discussion. So thank you very much for that. I think the audience got a lot from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good evening, everyone from Naxos. Although the previous session was so exciting, I have to introduce this one. And I'm really grateful to the International Cardiomyopathy Network and the Greek National Network on Precision Medicine Cardiology for making me part of this exciting meeting and chair the session Standing on the Shoulders of Giants. As said by Isaac Newton and others, if I have seen farther, it's not because I have keener vision or greater height, but because I have been lifted and borne aloft on their gigantic stature. During a lifetime adventure on Naxos disease and arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, I was favored to walk by Nikos Protonotarios. And although working with minimal resources, we were both privileged to meet and collaborate with giants on the field. Today, I'm honored to introduce Cristina Basso, Professor of Cardiac Pathology and Vice Rector in the University of Padua, and Professor Tiene, a founder in the field of cardiomyopathies. Their collaboration has been fundamental in the investigations on arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy in Greece. So, we expect Cristina Basso video.
So, good morning to everybody. It's my pleasure to introduce the lecture today by Professor Gaetano Tiene, by the way, my mentor. And the title of this session is Standing on the Shoulders of Giants. First of all, let me thank the organizer for inviting me to chair this session. The link with the cardiology Greek network is well known. Padua and Naxos and Greece in general connection is very strong. So it's really a pleasure to be here for this meeting. So why Gaetano Tiene is really a mentor for a generation of pathologists and not only a generation. Who is Gaetano? Gaetano is a emeritus professor nowadays at the University of Padua. He was cardiology first and then a pathologist. He had many honors, among the others is, by the way, president currently of the Academy, Olympic Academy in Vicenza. He's been honorary fellow at the Royal College of Physicians in London, foreign fellow of the Serbian Academy of Science, and is an active fellow of the Galilean Academy in Padua. He did many contributions in the fields of pathology, clinical pathological correlation, edited many books, more than 20. He did under the lecture international meeting. He published more than 800 papers in peer-reviewed journal with an overall impact factor of 4,000. His H index is 131, and you see here the number of citations. Number of citations which are mainly linked to the field of cardiomyopathies and sudden death, although in his early career, he dedicated a lot of time also to surgical correlation, surgical pathology correlation, and particularly the field of congenital heart disease. By the way, among his contribution, we must remind that he was one of the founding fathers of the Association for European Cardiovascular Pathology. You see here Kirkpatrick, Gaetano Tiene, Anton Becker, Patrick Gallagher, and you know very well, Professor Michael Davis. And this is the symbol, the logo of our association with the heart in the middle of the anatomical theater with the chain of the DNA. And also, he acted as president of the American Society for Cardiovascular Pathology, you see here that in 2003, 2004, he was president of this association on the other side of the ocean. The name is linked particularly to cardiomyopathy, and probably the most important publication in the 80s was this publication in New England Journal of Medicine, discovering right ventricular cardiomyopathy, arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, as a main cause of sudden death in the young and in athletes. This was the starting point for a registry of sudden death in the young in the Veneto region of Italy, and for many connections with people and researchers all around the world. You see here the task force of the European project on arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. By the way, the meeting was held in Naxos, Greece, and you see here two founding fathers, two giants in the field of arrhythmogenic, Nikos Protonotarios and Andrea Nava here, together with Mil McKenna, and of course, Gaetano Tiene and Guy Fontaine, another founding father of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. We see here another picture of Gaetano, myself, and Professor Marcuse. Here, a recent book on sudden cardiac death in the young, clinical pathological correlation. This is the life motive of all our research, the electrocardiogram, the DNA, and the microscope. We are trying to look at the disease, cardiovascular disease, causing sudden death in the young through the microscope besides the electrocardiogram. This is the lecture Gaetano delivered in 2017 when he was going to retire as an active professor, but he's still active as teacher, as a researcher, as mentor. You see here the Aula Magna in the Bo Palace. By the way, in the next days, we are going to celebrate the 800th anniversary of our old university. This is our institute. This is the last slide, the Institute of Pathological Anatomy, the anatomical theater, the big room for conference and teaching lesson. And here the group that Gaetano was able to found in these along the years. Gaetano, you see Annalisa, myself, all the young people involved in the field of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, cardiomyopathy in general, and sudden death. So Gaetano is really our mentor, and it was my pleasure to introduce the lecture of Gaetano today.
So we had a brief review of Professor Gaetano Tiene contribution in the field of cardiomyopathies, and we are expecting his lecture now. And the video, please.
Can I start my presentation? Do you see my first slide?
Yes, Professor Tiene.
Yes. So,
nice to see you.
Let me start, okay. This is a telling story of arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy that was first described exactly at the University of Padua. And I want to underline that in my title, that this history of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy is a paradigm of translational medicine in Padua. Okay, so let me start with the historical milestone. The historical milestone starts centuries ago with the Lancisi, Giovanni Maria Lancisi, that wrote a very, very important book, De Motu Cordis et Aneurismaticus. Well, in the chapter 5, entitled Hereditary Cordis Aneurism of Cordis, De Cordis Prolapsus. Well, he described a family history with a disease recurrence in 4 generations, with people showing palpitation, heart failure, dilatation, aneurysms of the right ventricle, and even sudden death. We were in 1728. Let me show you what we were able to reconstruct in genealogical tree of this family. Well, you see that in each generation there were cases with a sudden death undergoing to post-mortem. Well, you realize that we are dealing with an hereditary disease, dominant one. unbelievable because the precise description of Lancisi allowed to establish that is a hereditary disease dominant type. Well, sorry. The second historical event that I want to mention is the one reported by the French Lenec. And look at here what he wrote. We find many examples of the earth being overloaded with fat and even sudden death. These patients were affected by sudden death. The fatter the earth is, the thinner are its wall. Sometimes these are extremely seen, and look at it, being reduced almost not to nothing, especially where at the apex of the earth and the posterior side of the right ventricle, the equivalent of the three part of the right ventricle that they usually the triangle of dysplasia. Okay. The second one that I want to mention is Osler. Osler in 1905 reported and described for the first time a heart with a biventricular disease, and he used the term parchment heart. That is, the walls of the two ventricles were so thinner that they were translucent. And finally, we have not to forget Hull. Hull in 1952, in the Johns Hopkins Hospital Bulletin, unfortunately never existing anymore, he reported, look at title, a previously underscribed congenital malformation of the heart. Congenital malformation, almost total absence of the myocardium of the right ventricle. In other words, he said this was only 6 months that when this baby died, and he focused immediately on the concept that this was a congenital defect, not a genetically determined defect. Externally, the heart appeared greatly enlarged. Examination of the cut edge of the ventricle wall revealed it to be paper thin since birth, with no myocardium visible. The right ventricular wall, epicardium and endocardium, lie adjacent to each other with no intervening cardiac muscle. Well, I mentioned before that clinically, in the contemporary medicine, the first cases reported of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy were those published by Professor Della Volta in 1961. And you see here, this is one of the patients that he reported alive at that time, and then 40 years later underwent a cardiac transplantation. And look at here, normal left ventricle and enlarged right ventricle, paper thin, parchment like here. But what was amazing that he did not use the term cardiomyopathy or non-ischemic disease. He wanted to use a sort of catheterization terminology, auricularization of the right ventricular pressure curve. In other words, the right ventricle was functioning like a right atrium here, and most probably the blood went from the right atrium directly to the pulmonary artery because the right ventricle was not pumping. Well, this is in 1971, I had the opportunity to attend a post-mortem performed by my mentor, Professor Terribile, on this patient. And look at here, infiltration, adipose infiltration of the right ventricle. Look at here, okay? But also there is mention that myocardial sclerosis of the left ventricle, which means that this was a biventricular disease. Well, finally, time is coming to mention the father of clinical arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, and Guy Fontaine. Guy Fontaine, for the first time, pointed to the right ventricle as the origin of a post-excitation epsilon wave and lay potential here. We were in the 70s, 78, and that time, for the first time, clinically, the attention was given to the right ventricle and not only to the left ventricle. Well, in 82, while visiting Guy Fontaine, Frank Marcus reviewed all the cases and reported right ventricular dysplasia. They used the term dysplasia, that is a misnomer because dysplasia means, of course, congenital defect. They reported 24 cases, and for the first time, remember Lenec, for the first time, they employ the term triangle of dysplasia. Inlet, apex, outlet, they were site of aneurysm. Second point that I would like to cover now is that arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, there is no doubt that is the major cause of sudden death in the young and the athletes. Well, this is a case zero. The first case that they studied in 78. It was just a young doctor that died during a tennis game, but we found these notes in this diary when he was studying clinical medicine. And you see ventricular tachycardia, left bundle branch block morphology. This was not a note of the study. This was the diagnosis that they did because during a palpitation, he underwent to the electrocardiogram and wrote exactly what he was suffering to. Ventricular tachycardia, left bundle branch block morphology. And which means that this ventricular tachycardia was arising from the right ventricle. And finally, he died. This is his heart. The killer of this guy was in the right ventricle. You see here, intact left ventricle and right ventricle translucent, paper thin, and totally infiltrated by fatty tissue. In other words, the right ventricular myocardium was replaced by fatty tissue. So this is the source of tachycardia. Here you see, and it means that the killer of this guy was the right ventricle. Okay, so now we collected a series of cases and immediately wanted to publish with a title in the New England Journal of Medicine. We were in 88, and you see here, right ventricular cardiomyopathy and sudden death in the young. That was the title of the paper, and I must say that we found a lot of difficulty to have this paper accepted because our friend Barry Merrow believed that only left hypertrophic cardiomyopathy may be a cause of sudden death in the young and the athlete. But eventually he had to admit that this new entity has to be accepted as the cause of sudden death, and wrote you see here, wrote an editorial, and I must honestly, he admitted right ventricular cardiomyopathy is another cause of sudden death in the young. Well, So what was impressive when we studied and compared cases of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy in athletes and in non-athletes, you see that the effort, the sport increase 5 times the risk of sudden death. And it is not casual that arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy nowadays, but arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy at that time account of 27% of sudden death in athletes, is the leading cause of sudden death in the athletes, at least in Italy. I believe that is everywhere, but this disease is still in search of credibility in all worldwide. So, you know that we have in Italy for the eligibility to sport activity a screening program including the electrocardiogram. The electrocardiogram is specific in this disease with inverted T wave in the precordial leads, right precordial leads. And since the introduction in Italy of this eligibility system, you see that we have a fall of sudden death from the 80s to the 2000 here. 90% of decrease of sudden death among the athletes. And the major reason was that we were able to detect both arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy and hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, giving not the eligibility to the sport, qualifying from the sport this patient. And this was life-saving per se, life-saving without any other drugs or something like that, just not to make effort and sport activity in patients affected by arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. Well, but what is the pathology? You see here the electrocardiogram is inverted T wave, and I would like to underline this is a specific of the disease because it is the right ventricle here affected, and you see apparently innocent extracellular premature ventricular beats, and this patient at that time, when the disease was not known, was allowed to make sport activity, and these data, inverted T wave and premature ventricular beats, were considered benign, and instead were a sign of a very impressive disease. You see here the aneurysm of the inferior diaphragmatic wall of the right ventricle is the equivalent of, and the transmural infiltration replacement of fatty tissue of a replacement of the myocardium. Okay, but listen, the disease may be absolutely almost concealed. Look at here. There is, in this particular case, there was only an aneurysm in the infundibular right ventricular outflow tract here. And look at here, there is a very tiny fatty infiltration going from the epicardium to the endocardium, almost transmural, and this was a source of ventricular fibrillation. Can you imagine? And this here, this is the substrate of electrical scar, and we have now the possibility with the electro mapping to detect the absence of electrical activity here, and this was the case that unfortunately died suddenly. We had the possibility to compare the electroanatomic findings here with the histology, and you see here that this is completely replaced right ventricular free wall and no possibility to have electrical activity arising from here. This is the so-called electrical scar, and this is the equivalent of electroanatomic mapping. But what is the pathobiology of arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy? Take in mind that this was a very important paper published in 1996 by Cristina Basso, and the title was challenging. In other words, the disease is a dysplasia, which means a congenital heart disease, is a dystrophy like Duchenne at the cardiac level, or is it the consequence of a myocarditis? This, by the way, this was the thesis, PhD thesis of Cristina Basso. And look at here, the phenomenon is unbelievable. You see here that you have proliferation of small adipocytes taking the place of the myocardium. And now we know that these adipocytes are in origin fibroblasts. They are mesenchymal cells. And this is the basic phenomenon occurring in this disease. I like to say that probably should be called dystrophy, myocardial dystrophy, as muscular dystrophy is the Duchenne. Okay, another aspect, intriguing, is the presence of inflammatory infiltrates. The question is, infiltration is the cause or is it the consequence of the dystrophy? Is still in search of an answer, my question. In other words, there is a component. 75% of cases or hearts with arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy show inflammatory infiltrates. We don't know whether this is an immunological phenomenon or is a reaction to the spontaneous cell death that occur in arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. I want to show you, remember another fact, very important. The arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy may be a cause of heart failure requiring cardiac transplantation. In other words, the natural history of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy is not only sudden death, maybe congestive heart failure. This is a very important issue that Guy Fontaine underlined many times. In other words, nowadays, 4% of cases that undergo cardiac transplantation, they are not dilated cardiomyopathy, they are not ischemic heart disease, they are arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. Well, third, now the concept of genetically determined cardiomyopathy. What means? Well, I want first to remember the concept of hereditary. This is Hippocrates, the same that reported this aspect. It has been quoted by Lancisi. Lancisi said exactly in the book, famous book that I mentioned before, where the first family, 4 generations was reported. In Hippocrates, it is distinctly taught that disease may be handed down from parents. This is something coming from your father or mother to children. From when? From the very moment of conception. Hippocrates. So, concept of genetically determined cardiomyopathy. But the phenotypic expression of the disease is immediate in infancy or is late. This is the very famous paper. This is Andrea Nava, our really mentor. He was the one that discovered the familiar occurrence of right ventricle at that time called dysplasia. Then we abolished this terminology. A study involving 9 families. What I realized exactly here, that the clinical expression of the disease is in between, not before 15 years of age. In other words, never you see, or almost never you see the disease before the age of 10. This is a very important message because the disease, the diagnosis of the disease, you have to do genetically more than clinically in these patients. Okay, I want to mention now Nikos and Adalena. When we published the paper in a New England journal, they wrote a letter. He said, it is interesting to note in relation to the article of Baitiene that our patient, they had reported before in the British Heart Journal, belonged to families from the island of Naxos. Oh, they believe that they were descended from the Venetians that dominated the island at the beginning of the 13th century. Was not, because the disease is completely different, is even more appealing. And this is Naxos. I love Naxos. But look at here. This is Hill. The mother is healthy. The father is healthy. The only explanation is that it is a recessive disease. This is a cardiocutaneous syndrome, which means that the defect you find both at the cardiac level and in the epithelium, even buccal epithelium. Well, okay, now molecular genetics. Arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy is a disease of the desmosome. I want to, yes, I have to acknowledge that the first gene, the first genetic cause of this disease was exactly found here in Naxos in the recessive form and was identified in a deletion of a placoglobin. And I have to, of course, honor these Nikos and Adalena that were first reported and discovered the genetic background of the disease. But listen, soon after, almost contemporarily, in the South America, there was another cardiocutaneous syndrome, this one, the Carvalho disease, so-called, in which the recessive mutation, again a recessive disease, was found in desmoplakin. Not in placoglobin, but in desmoplakin, another protein of the desmosome. Well, one of these babies, the previous one you see here, died. The heart was sent to St. Louis to Jeff Rapid, sorry, and Jeff asked me to visit him and to check this heart. Is this heart a dilated cardiomyopathy or is this heart a biventricular arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy? Well, looking at the right ventricle, it was possible to find the triangular dysplasia. Look at here. This is absolutely, you see here, this is the infundibulum, this is the pulmonary valve, and this is an aneurysm. There is no doubt about it. And you see here at histology, there is a fatty infiltration. Well, I was back, I remember. At that time, in Padua, we were unable to find a genetic explanation yet in terms of molecular explanation. I informed both Nava and Alessandra Rampazzo that I have seen hearts with arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy in which the desmoplakin was the recessive gene mutation. Well, we did immediately the investigation in the families of Nava and what found that these families with dominant form arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy were affected by desmoplakin mutation. So desmoplakin may be responsible of cardiocutaneous syndrome in South America and for arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, the Venetian disease. Okay. By the way, that was important. When we make the genotype-phenotype correlation, we found, listen, that not only the right ventricle was affected, this is Barbara Bauche, but also the left ventricle. is a biventricular disease. And so, since at that time we were changing terminology, arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy is too much selective of right ventricle. There are so many cases of biventricular, and this is the reason why we wanted to call the disease arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. Well, another gene in which was discovered in these families, in other families, was the desmoglein. And the discovery was done by a Greek guy, of course, this is working with us, Calliope Pilico, and he was able to find also a mutation in the desmoglein, and the series then of all the proteins of the intercellular junction, the intercalated disc, was found to account for cases of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. Desmoplakin, desmoglobulin, plakophilin, desmocolin, desmoglein. And there is a possibility also to have compound and degenic mutation, and this aggravate the prognosis in this patient. And this is Ilaria Bigato that reported this important information. Well, we did a transgenic mice, hyperexpression, and what do we use in this transgenic mice? Exactly the gene mutation of desmoglein of these patients, the heart of this patient who underwent cardiac transplantation, still alive, by the way. And so in the rats, in the mice, sorry, we used the mutation of the patient to reproduce transgenic mice, and these mice with this is a hyperexpression, of course. These were affected by arrhythmias, tachycardia, and ventricular fibrillation, and were found dead. They underwent to sudden death. And look at here. This is a fantastic series of histology in which you show a normal heart at birth, then the fibrofatty replacement occurs in both ventricle, even in the septum, and finally the aneurysm. So the disease is absent at birth, and then appear later. So is the concept of genetically determined cardiomyopathy. Okay. Finally, advances in diagnosis, therapy, and genetic screening. Briefly, biopsy was very important. We needed, of course, to have the histologic criteria, and so Christina mimicked the biopsy both in right and left ventricle. Of course, only the right ventricle presented a transmural in fatty replacement, so was possible to check at the histology the presence of fatty tissue here only in the right ventricle and not in the left ventricle. And eventually it was possible to dictate the number. That is, if you have a residual myocardium less than 59%, the diagnosis is possible, with a specificity of 90%, a sensitivity of 80%. So these are very important criteria. This is a fragments, sample of endomyocardial biopsy of the right ventricle. But now we are aware that there is also existing and quite absolutely at risk because impossible to diagnose from the electrocardiogram the existence of the left ventricular variant. I want to show you here a classical case of left ventricular variant. Normal right ventricle, no dilatation, not fatty infiltration, no aneurysm there, but in the left ventricle, posterolateral free wall, there is a fibrofatty infiltration. Here is the histology, you see, very well indeed. And fibrofatty replacement that is subepicardial and posterior, so almost impossible to detect with electrocardiogram. And these are my pupils. This is Martina Perazzolo Marra, this is Alessandro Zorzi, and they were able, in comparison also, with the magnetic resonance here, to detect this dystria that is impossible to detect with the electrocardiogram because the anterior part of the right and left ventricle are spared. So this is absolutely a very, very challenging diagnosis. Okay, take in mind that this is the cause of sudden death in arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy athletes, not affected by right ventricle, only the left ventricle. And this escaped to the examination for eligibility to sport. Okay, finally, and we are the perspective. I think that it's time to molecular medicine to find also the therapy. Look at here, how to make prevention of sudden death in arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. First, sport disqualification, lifestyle, okay, golf, arch, not of course dynamic sport. Second, drug therapy and ablation. We know that ablation may be, but is a palliative. Third, the implant of defibrillator pacemaker, but the implant of defibrillator to prevent cardiac arrest. But here, disease prevention cure is not existing yet. And I want to, of course, to acknowledge the great merit of Domenico Corrado when he did this investigation on the implantable cardiovascular defibrillation therapy for the prevention of sudden death in arrhythmogenic ventricular cardiomyopathy. Look at here, 25% of patients had ventricular fibrillation that was shocked and rescued, fortunately, which means that by the implant of the cardiovascular defibrillator, ICD, which means that these 25% of patients they were 4 years are still alive thanks to the implantable defibrillator, or in other words, they should have died. So it's life-saving, the implantable cardiovascular defibrillator. 25% without this ICD should have died. Fine. So personally, I believe that it is time to consider therapy not only with, of course, with the defibrillator, not only with antiarrhythmic drug. We all look forward to the time when the treatment of arrhythmias will be no longer the only weapon to manage arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy and prevent sudden death. The curative therapy has to target the molecular mechanisms that are involved in the disease pathogenesis. So fortunately now, we have the possibility, we have the weapon, experiment, IP cell, gene therapy, new animal models, zebrafish. I think that in a few times, certainly we will find the possibility to cure the disease, not only with palliative therapy. Finally, international cooperation and competition was the key of the success of this investigation. So this is a picture in Baltimore 1999 in which the European, you see here Barbara Baruch, you see here Cristina Basso and myself went with Guy Fontaine also, of course, went to the States to export there our, of course, knowledge of the disease. And second one, this is, we are in Naxos. This is a European group that was working all together, and we are able to discover the gene mutation, the genetic basis of the disease. And finally, the two groups, the American and the European, met all together in the 2007, and the fruit of this collaboration was the book Arrhythmogenic Right Ventricular Cardiomyopathy Dysplasia that we wrote, and I think it is still valid in a large extent. Let me quote my mentor, Lino Rossi, as far as the collaboration, the competition. Mentioning all these protagonists, all of them share the unique merit of a skillful and dedicated engagement in scientific contest of vital importance, which is not comparable to any sport competition. As such, the present overview concludes with a popular saying, who cares who came second? Here intended in internally positive, even laudative sense. Thank you very much indeed.
We are grateful, Professor Tienne, for this fantastic lecture. We really recognize in you a giant offering his shoulders on the younger generation. We are pressed by the time, and I would like to say much more.
Listen, you see here still the slides probably. This was depicted by the same Lino Rossi, and is illustrating the D-Day 1207 arrhythmogenic right ventricular D-Day, the various marine land in Naxos carrying a gene. It's not true, but it's funny. I think this was probably the link of friendship also between us and you. Thank you, Adelena.
We are grateful. Thank you.
Good evening. Can we start? Hello?
Yes.
Alekos, I think it's time to start, isn't it?
Yes, but I don't know from the host.
Somebody has
they
to
ready?
notify us. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So we listen to an inspired talk, just introductory to our very interesting session. Many thanks to Panos Vardas, to Perry Elliott, to Aris Anastasakis for the kind invitation, but congratulations really at the same time for a very intriguing initiative, the cardiomyopathy mindset. It's a real pleasure to chair this interesting session with a very challenging cases with respect to differential diagnosis in the field of cardiomyopathy, with very knowledgeable presenters and commentators, and with two distinguished co-chairs, Dr. Makrithanassis, Assistant Professor of Medical Genetics from the University of Athens, and an excellent cardiologist, a friend of mine, Dr. Alekos Patrianakos, consultant cardiologist from the University of Crete, the Heraklion University General Hospital. So Alekos Patrianakos will introduce you the first presenter.
I also would like good afternoon. I also would like to thank the organizing committee, Professor Vardas, Dr. Anastasaki, Professor Elliott, for giving me the opportunity to participate in this excellent cardiomyopathy mindset. And cardiomyopathy, I think that it's the most challenging field in the modern cardiology. And so we decided with my excellent colleague, Dr. Anastasiou, to show you a case which we would like to say that many times you must look behind the scene. Dr. Anastasiou.
Good evening from me, Honorable Chairman, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. So, good evening again. It is my turn, of course, to first of all thank the organizing committee for the very, very honorable invitation to participate in this session, in this Congress. So, it is a fact that in recent years, much due to new data that have become available, our understanding of myocardial disease and cardiomyopathies in specific has substantially changed, and of course this has had its impact on classifications. Thus, I believe that I felt that this anonymous quote from the respective chapter of the ESC textbook of cardiovascular medicine would serve as a rather suitable prelude to my case presentation, which involves the case of a 27-year-old female patient of Cretan origin from both parents with a non-significant medical history from a cardiovascular point of view, and a family history that is significant for a premature death of a first cousin of the proband, but unfortunately we have no data whatsoever on the underlying conditions of this death. That patient, back in 2016, 5 years ago, presented first sought medical attention due to a one-day history of non-specific thoracic and epigastrial discomfort and primarily palpitations after some days after the after symptoms of upper respiratory tract infection had resolved. At presentation, she was mildly symptomatic, almost asymptomatic, as reported in the discharge letter. From the clinical examination, nothing significant, but what we see, of course, from the ECG, the most striking feature is low potentials in limb leads in all 6, and along with inverted T waves V1 through V3. At the biochemical level, a troponin value, an increased troponin I value, about 10 times the upper reference range of the assay used back then was noted, and the echocardiographic study that followed actually revealed a preserved left ventricular ejection fraction, as also outlined in the bullseye plot of strain. So, as would be expected, the initial working diagnosis at admission was acute myocarditis, presumably of post-viral etiology. During the first week, 48-hour Holter monitoring revealed a moderate, I would say, PVC burden, including one short burst of non-sustained VT. Serology for viruses proved negative, and otherwise the first week was grossly uncomplicated, save for until the 8th day of hospitalization when symptoms recurred associated with a new peak of troponin at the biochemical level. Successive ECGs did not yield any further significant findings. After symptom recurrence, a new, more detailed echocardiographic study was performed, which also focused on the right ventricle in this time, in which the new finding not previously reported were the microaneurysm at the RV wall that you can see, hopefully. So the patient was eventually discharged on the 15th day post admission. Now, with not with a definite diagnosis, but with a differential diagnosis that also included arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, and of course, on the back of the mind, also sarcoidosis potentially, in a good clinical condition, was prescribed a beta blocker, and then scheduled for cardiac MRI imaging to be performed with immediate reassessment with the results. So, what was the key findings of CMR were a mildly impaired left ventricular ejection fraction with a segmental pattern of hypokinesis. The presence of microaneurysm of the right ventricle was confirmed, but what was most striking was an extensive, primarily subepicardial and to a lesser degree mid-myocardial late gadolinium enhancement, which involved most segments and walls of the left ventricle, but also involved the right ventricular free wall. So the first year after discharge can be summarized as follows, during which also a negative electrophysiological study was performed for risk stratification for ST. So the course can be summarized as mild symptoms, but with consistent slight elevations of serum troponin I concentrations on repeated biochemical evaluation. But at the conclusion of the first 1.5 years, then we had 2 clinical recurrences for which the patient was admitted to hospital again. So, in order to have a reasonable evidence for the therapeutic solutions that we would have to reverse the disease progression, and endomyocardial biopsy was deemed necessary, which actually yielded findings consistent with inflammation, but without necrosis. It is termed here as borderline myocarditis, while the PCR for viruses in the specimen was negative, save for erythrovirus, which was considered bystander, and already from the report, as you can see, immunosuppressive therapy was actually encouraged. A suggestion which was actually implemented by us. The patient was put on therapy with azathioprine and methylprednisolone, along with ACE inhibitor and beta blocker. The therapy was, it is true that it was not perfectly tolerated by patients. I mean that some Cushing-like symptoms occurred. With respect to symptoms, they were to a degree resolved, but while on immunosuppressive therapy, but troponin values remained persistently elevated. But in any case, the immunosuppressive therapy was interrupted due to pregnancy in late 2009 and 19, actually. Pregnancy, which ended in 2020, about 1.5 years ago, was remarkably uncomplicated, but 1 month postpartum symptoms occurred, and mainly fatigue and palpitations rather than chest pain/discomfort. ECG now revealed that the new finding on ECG was that the inverted T waves were now also evident, or more evident, on the left precordial leads. Low potentials, of course, remained as finding in lymph leads. 24-hour Holter monitoring yielded a BPC burden at the order of magnitude of 3,000 per 24 hours, and including 1 triplet. We proceeded also to signal average complete ECG, which was positive for the presence of late potentials. Otherwise, testing for indications of systemic disease, including sarcoidosis, proved negative. So a new CMR was ordered and prescribed, And the findings in the, of the first CMR were again evident, but albeit more pronounced with a striking, as you can see, ring-like pattern of LGE distribution, primarily subepicardial. The new echocardiographic study revealed now a moderately impaired LV function with a segmental pattern more focused on the lateral or inferolateral wall. But what perhaps best describes the status of disease activity during the last year is this plot of troponin, high sensitivity now, troponin elevations against time, in which you can see that there are discrete peaks and troughs, but almost with no value reaching actually the normal reference limit. And the highest was more than 18 times the upper reference limit provided by the lab. And of course, I have to point out that none of these peaks actually coincided with any significant invasive procedure. So we do have a disease that appears to be on constant activity, but with at a varying intensity, depending on the period. So the questions that arise is, which is the most appropriate diagnosis and what we do next? Well, with respect to the first question, if we focus on the definition of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy outlined in the 2019 American Consensus document, this definition is rather phenotypical and is used to encompass a varying, a quite broad spectrum of diseases of varying etiology, including genetic, systemic, and infectious, that are characterized by ventricular function, but with primary manifestation, with clinical manifestation with arrhythmias. Conversely, if we focus solely on the genetic of ACM of strictly genetic origin, we know now, thanks to the giants of the field, that the diseases can be characterized by the so-called hot phases of increased disease activity, on which inflammation is also a component, and hence, even in this case, the suffix itis would not be as inappropriate as it might seem. And importantly, they can be indistinguishable at a clinical, but also at an imaging level from acute myocarditis. But if we focus, if we apply the classical 2010 task force criteria of ALVC, we will see that our patients would fit one major and three minor criteria, and thus would the major being the inverted T waves, and thus would fulfill the diagnosis. And if we take a look at the more recently proposed Padova criteria, which interestingly and importantly also now adopt low potentials for LV involvement, and also the pattern of LG would also our patient would also fit well with the diagnosis of ACM with biventricular involvement. In any case, with respect to our decisions, ICD implantation was for primary prevention of sudden cardiac death was after a patient constant decided upon, based on again on the 2019 American Consensus document. It would hold to B class indication, but perhaps mostly because we had a constant a disease, a phenotype of a disease of constant activity, of which a disease-modifying treatment could not be guaranteed. Of course, we continued also ACE inhibitor and beta blocker. We did not reinstitute immunosuppressive therapy due to evidence of lack of tolerance, and maybe not quite enough evidence to support that it would be effective. But of course, we proceeded to genetic testing of the patient and meticulous clinical family screening, which as of now still stands The family still starts as the family screening negative, and the case as sporadic, but it is ongoing. Of course, the need for genetic testing is pointed out in also in the more recent 2019 HF guidelines, which also interestingly points out that in case of myocarditis imaging phenotype, then the desmoplakin gene variants must be considered as a possibility. This, along with existing evidence that this specific ring-like LG pattern fits very well with the desmoplakin cardiomyopathy, but also with filamin cardiomyopathy, perhaps biased us. And in fact, this is what we expected. The official results of genetic testing with next generation sequencing panel were actually provided to us a week ago. And what is reportable was a variant of uncertain significance in the desmoplakin-2 gene, another gene coding another integral protein of the intercalated disc. Of course, this no evidence to classify it as likely pathogenic or pathogenic existed, but it was reported that this mutation was at the hotspot of pathogenic mutations, reportedly at a region that might have great importance for the structural and functional integrity of the coded protein. And in fact, in 9 computational models, it is predicted that this mutation can have pathogenic sequences. One report in literature we have with this specific variant in an ALSC case. Taking together this data along with the described potential phenotype of the desmoplakin cardiomyopathy, which can also demonstrate hot phases with LV involvement, and the subepicardial predominant LG enhancement actually tends to convince us that that this variant might actually be pathogenic, and this is the diagnosis that we have adopted so far. Of course, further evidence is needed until we truly regard this variant as pathogenic and treat it as such. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Yanis, for your excellent presentation. I think that we show you that myocarditis is not all myocarditis. Stamatis, what do you think? To proceed with the comments of Dr. Liatakis?
Yes, could we ask Dr. Makrithanasis to introduce the commentator?
I don't see the commentator.
The commentator is Dr. Liatakis.
There he is. Okay. So Dr. Liatakis is a cardiologist from the second cardiology clinic of Evangelismos Hospital, and he will provide some comments on the presentation of Dr. Anastasiou.
Thank you. Dear professors, honorable chairman, dear colleagues, firstly, I would like to thank the organizing committee for this most honorable invitation to participate in this congress. Ms. Anastasiou, congratulations for your excellent speech. This was a very interesting case. And I also think you managed to highlight some major aspects of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy and its possible links with episodes of myocardial injury. Now, it is true that since 2010, there have been some significant insights into our understanding of the broad phenotypic spectrum of arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. We now consider ACM merely a phenotype, an arrhythmogenic heart muscle disorder, not explained by ischemic, hypertensive, or valvular heart disease. This term incorporates, as Mr. Anastasiou pointed out, some conditions besides desmosomal gene-related arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy, a broad spectrum of systemic disorders like sarcoidosis, some inflammatory disorders like myocarditis, infectious diseases, and it goes on and on. These disorders may present clinically as symptoms or documentation of both right or left ventricular arrhythmias, but also atrial arrhythmias or conduction disease. That means that the original concept of a heart muscle disease exclusively affecting the right ventricle has evolved through time to the current perspective of a cardiomyopathy that may affect both ventricles, with left ventricular involvement that may parallel or even exceed the severity of RV involvement. As a result, although the original task force criteria initially demonstrated a good accuracy for the diagnosis of the original right ventricular phenotype, they lacked sensitivity for identification of some other variants of this expanding phenotypic spectrum of ACM, which also includes left-sided variants and did not also incorporate some LGE findings in CMR. Thus, the 2020 international criteria, or the Padua criteria, have been developed by international experts with the aim to improve the diagnosis of ACM by providing new criteria for the diagnosis of other entities such as arrhythmogenic left ventricular cardiomyopathy. Now, about the inflammatory component of ACM.
Dr.
Ever since...
If you want, because the time
okay.
has passed.
Just a couple of minutes. About the inflammatory component of ACM, ever since the first reports of ACM, inflammatory cell infiltrates have been described post-mortem in patients diagnosed with ACM, with the highest incidence in patients with a more diffuse disease. As Mr. Anastasiou pointed out, the subepicardial distribution of the typical lesions seen in ACM is very similar to that reported in myocarditis, and sometimes patients with ACM present with symptoms, ECG changes, and troponin elevations consistent with myocarditis, making the differential diagnosis between these two entities quite challenging. These hot phases can even be the initial presentation of ACM, sometimes preceding the development of classical ECG imaging and histological features. Now, desmoplakin or DSP cardiomyopathy in particular is a unique form of cardiomyopathy characterized by such episodes. It has to be noted that DSP mutations are associated with left and biventricular phenotypes, left ventricular fibrosis, and as a result, a high incidence of ventricular arrhythmias. A relatively recent study published in Circulation by Smith and colleagues showed that such episodes of myocardial injury occurred in approximately 15% of patients with DSP mutation and were strongly associated with LGE in CMR. Now, about the ACM genetics part, we know that the main genetic trait...
This is another speech. If you want to make your comment...
Okay, finally, a final comment,
yes,
please.
thank you.
Is about the role of inflammation. The increasing recognition of its role as a mechanism of disease progression in genetic forms of ACM could raise several opportunities in regards to novel therapeutic approaches. Although conventional treatment options for myocarditis, such as steroids or immunosuppressive regimens, can be considered, they remain largely low selective in terms of the mechanisms and the sites of inflammation that they target. The elucidation of the precise cellular mechanisms in the various genetic forms of ACM will be crucial in the future to identify the potential causes of inflammatory induction that can be targeted therapeutically. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Liatakis. Aleko, before I go to Dr. Carvuni, I don't know if you agree that despite desmoglein and in conjunction, of course, with phenotype, there's another characteristic, not very strong, that we had relapses, clinical and laboratory relapses, despite the immunosuppressive therapy. Probably because immunosuppressive therapy in arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy targets not the genetic or the anatomical substrate, but just the epiphenomenon, the inflammatory expression, as opposed to myocarditis, where we target the very essence of myocarditis. I mean the immunoinflammatory activation. I don't know if you agree. I think it's time. Yes. So it's time to proceed with Dr. Carvuni, cardiologist from the 3rd Cardiology Clinic at the IGEA Hospital and from the Unit of Inherited and Rare Cardiovascular Diseases at the Onassis Hospital. Dr. Carvuni.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Cardiomyopathy 2021. The title of my presentation is Relative Apical HCM in a Young Athlete. Should we let him play? We decided to present this case for two reasons. First, to bring this particular form of apical HCM to your attention, and second, to share with you the challenges we face in daily clinical practice when we were trying to refine risk in specific subgroup of patients with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, such as apical HCM patients, who are not high risk, not low risk, but they are lying in between these two edges. This is our patient, 23 years old, professional football player, asymptomatic, no personal history, no medications. He first came to our attention in 2015 due to an abnormal ECG found in pre-participation screening program. This is the ECG at the initial evaluation. You clearly see the typical T-wave inversion in precordial leads and minor repolarization abnormalities in leads 3 and AVF. Imaging did not show left ventricular hypertrophy. Maximal LV wall thickness was 8 millimeters, but there was suspicion of abnormal LV apical tapering. Holter did not show any ventricular arrhythmias, and treadmill test was perfect. CMR did not show myocardial fibrosis. Familiar screening was not informative. There was no evidence of cardiac disease or sudden cardiac death in the family. These are the ECGs in the family. Father's ECG showed some kind of repolarization abnormalities in lateral leads, but his echocardiogram did not show any signs of hypertrophy. So at that time, we felt that no formal diagnosis could be made and the athlete was allowed to compete. Annual follow-up was suggested. This is the ECG in 2020. You can see that T-wave inversion has been extended to the inferior leads. This is the transthoracic echo. Left ventricular global systolic function is normal. There is no dilatation of left ventricle and no left ventricular hypertrophy at the basal segment. This is the short axis view. There was no hypertrophy at the mitral valve level. However, in 4 chambers view, you can clearly see the hypertrophy in the apex and the obliteration of LV cavity during systole. This is more prominent in 2 chambers view and in 3 chambers view. If we go to the short axis view at the apex level, the hypertrophy is clear and there is complete obliteration of the LV cavity during systole. The hypertrophy at that level was measured 10 millimeters. Cardiopulmonary exercise testing was normal, and Holter for 48 hours did not detect any ventricular or supraventricular arrhythmia. CMR detected relative LV hypertrophy with myocardial fibrosis in the apical segments. Maximal LV wall thickness was 9 millimeters at the apex, while it was 5 to 6 millimeters in the basal and mid segments, respectively. The important finding was the presence of subendocardial LGE in the apex, which is typical in patients with apical HCM. These are the images. You can see that there is hypertrophy in the apex with obliteration of left ventricular cavity, and there is a spade-like configuration of LV cavity during systole. This is present in the apex. However, at the papillary muscle level, left ventricle is normal. Short axis views at different levels, and you see the typical obliteration of LV cavity at the apex. If you compare these images with the previous ones, you clearly see that there is progression of the disease in the apex with hypertrophy and obliteration of cavity. But the important finding was the presence of subendocardial LG in the apex of LV, which was not present in 2015. This is this pattern of LG is called MI pattern and is not typical in other forms of HCM. So what is the diagnosis for our athlete? If we go through apical HCM forms as they are recently described in a review of AHA, there are three forms: the pure form with isolated apical hypertrophy, the mixed form with both apical and septal hypertrophy, but apex is thickest, and the relative form that applies to our athlete, in which patients do not meet conventional diagnostic criteria for HCM, but share imaging findings with the pure group. The diagnostic criteria for relative apical HCM is D-wave inversion in ECG and loss of the usual apical wall thickness tapering in CMR. Keep in mind that patients with the relative apical form do not reach the apical HCM diagnostic cutoff of wall thickness more than 15 millimeters. So what would you advise? Should we let him play? He's young, he's asymptomatic, he has an abnormal ECG, he has the relative apical HCM form, no ventricular arrhythmias, no family history of sudden cardiac death, but he has the new finding of subendocardial LG in the LV apex at young age. We know that fibrosis has prognostic significance in the risk of sudden death in HCM. But it's not just the presence of fibrosis, but the extent of fibrosis that was associated with increased risk of composite events. So it is important to have fibrosis more than 15% to consider LG as of prognostic significance. If we go to the recommendations of ESC for participation in sports in patients with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, we see that participation is allowed in patients without markers of increased risk. This is a class 2B indication, which means may be considered for individuals if it is desired by the athlete. The markers of increased risk are the cardiac symptoms or history of unexplained syncope, the history of cardiac arrest, ESC score more than 4%, LVO2 gradient more than 30 millimeters of mercury, abnormal blood pressure response, exercise-induced arrhythmias, and extent of LG more than 15% of LV mass. In our case, no definite marker of increased risk was present in our case. However, we had two markers that have prognostic significance, which is fibrosis and young age. Also keep in mind that application of conventional HCM risk stratification in apical HCM can be challenging because patients with apical HCM have less frequently a positive family history of disease and sudden cardiac death. And we know that sudden cardiac death is heavily weighted in the ESC calculator, which means that very often these patients have low ESC scores. Apical HCM patients have less frequently detectable genetic defects, have more atrial fibrillation, and sudden cardiac death risk factors for them may differ because high-risk features such as apical aneurysm and typical LG patterns that we see in these patients, apical and subendocardial LG, are not present in other forms of HCM. And at the end, it's not a benign disease. The annual death rates are similar to other forms of HCM. Unfortunately, we don't have epical HCM specific recommendation for sudden cardiac death risk prediction. In conclusion, our athletes do not definitely meet markers of increased risk, but he is at a relatively increased risk for sudden cardiac death due to fibrosis and young age. We suggested prolonged heart rate monitoring during competitive exercise, and we could let him play if appropriate precautionary measures from his club were there. This was not feasible, so we did not sign him off for competition. This athlete is followed up closely every 6 months with ECG, echo, exercise test, and Holter. Genetic testing has been scheduled. Thank you for attending. The case is open for discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cavuni. Very nicely presented. It's a very interesting case of apical hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, prematurely, very early detected actually electrocardiographically in this pre-participation screening, thanks to your sharp eye, I would say. I don't know if, okay, Dr. Makrithanassis is with us. So would you like Dr. Makrithanassis to introduce the commentator, Dr. Delios?
Yes, of course. Let me see. Okay, so Dr. Delios is a cardiologist from the first clinic of cardiology at the AHEPA Hospital at Thessaloniki, and he will provide the comments for this presentation.
Good evening. Congratulations, Dr. Cavuni. It was indeed a very interesting case. I would like to make only a short comment regarding exercise and apical HCM. First of all, apical HCM is much more common in athletes diagnosed with HCM compared to the general HCM population. Now, regarding exercise and HCM, there are to my mind, two major concerns. Does exercise have a toxic effect on the myocardium like the ARDC case? The truth is that currently available data indicate that the answer might be no. The second concern is, can exercise trigger arrhythmic events in the context of adrenergic stimulation during exercise, etc.? Of course, HCM is a major cause of sudden cardiac death in the young. However, exercise-induced sustained VT is rare, and ICD therapies occur in the absence of physical exertion.
Dr. Delios, we have a trouble hearing you. If you have, please, can you lower the sound of your speakers? This may improve the sound for the rest of us.
Okay, sorry. This is why current ESC guidelines for sport participation are less conservative than previous ones. Therefore, patients with a low risk profile, asymptomatic patients, no LG, may participate in competitive sports. However, this is a low level, it's a 2B recommendation. So it's important to state that the risk is never zero. This case presented by Dr. Cavuni illustrates very well that follow-up is crucial for those patients. And I think that decision about participation in competitive sports must be made jointly by the doctor and the patients. That's all I want to say. Thanks for the opportunity to participate in this amazing meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Cavuni, may I ask you something?
Yes, please.
What was the precautionary measures that you asked from his team?
Okay, the precautionary measures are the resuscitation, the presence of a defibrillator in the playground first, and the presence of experienced team for resuscitation. You know that for Greece, it's something that we cannot find it in real life. So
if you think that this patient was in danger for ventricular fibrillation, why didn't it's? I think that we cannot recommend to have a resuscitation team in front of him in order to play ball. This is a little strange.
This is the point that we would like to bring, that we don't feel that this is a low-risk patient, even that he does not meet the definite...
Why?
Because he is young and he has fibrosis at 23 years. I mean, the presence of fibrosis in such a short period...
Small
yes,
fibrosis.
it is small fibrosis, but...
to make him an exercise test.
Yes,
the perform an exercise test. Yes, and it was normal.
It was normal, but it doesn't mean anything, I think.
But
there is
fibrosis, a patchy fibrosis to the apex, I think.
No, it's not patchy. It's subendocardial. It's not patchy. It's subendocardial fibrosis, but the risk cannot be quantified in such a way. I mean, the cutoff point of 15 is not something that we can take it as for granted. I mean, what if someone has fibrosis 11? Is he fine? Is he fine for you if he has 11 or 12%? And
he has less than 5%. He has a very small LG. And how do you explain that all the apical hypertrophies that we see is in old age? Is 80, 70 years old. I'm not agree that apical hypertrophy is not a benign disease.
No.
He hasn't any aneurysm. He hasn't extended fibrosis. He hasn't very thick walls. I have some doubts about the decision of interaction of the athlete.
There are a lot of data, a lot of discussion in the literature that apical HCM is not considered a benign disease anymore.
There is a question by Dr. Anastasakis. What does a shared decision mean? Actually, I can understand that it is a borderline case, but what worries you probably is the evolution, the progress within the past 5 years, actually. In conjunction with this and with Ari's question, Dr. Cavuni, how often would you perform CMR? Does the extent of fibrosis and aneurysm formation play a role in your decision for ICD implantation? In other words, how would you prefer to follow him in terms of detection of arrhythmic risk? With very frequent Holter monitoring or with less frequent CMR or with both? How would you like, regardless of the competitive sports, how would you like to follow him up in terms of his arrhythmic risk?
His arrhythmic risk is followed up with a Holter every 6 months and CMR at an annual base.
Right. So you prefer to have both, actually?
Yes, of course.
And you wouldn't, how can I say, attract some sort of help from genetic tests? Because, as you very nicely pointed out, genetic tests are not very helpful unless we have got a double heterozygotes.
Genetic information is not in the algorithms for the moment.
So what does a shared decision mean? Ari's question. What does a shared decision mean?
Shared decision means that the doctor has to explain to the patient what are the benefits and the risk of an action and what is the evidence for it. And the patient has to give his own opinion on that decision.
Okay, would you like to make Dr. Makrithanas's final comments? Because
a final comment from me.
Yes,
I would like to emphasize: never forget the apex from the short axis. It's very crucial in the diagnosis.
Great comment. Thank you.
Yes, and I think that your image from the apex from the short axis was great, and we have the diagnosis from the short axis, except of MRI. Thank you.
Despite Dr. Cavoni, despite the constriction of time, Aris keeps on firing. Actually, is this fair decision legal?
Legal? What? What do we mean
Ari,
legal?
would you like to make a comment? Where are you, Ari? Show yourself. You show your face. Where is Aris?
You are the organizer.
Yes.
You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Dr. Arsakis, you're muted.
Can we have Professor Elliot with us, please?
Hello,
Okay.
Barry. Hello.
Barry, we have a problem here. First, if this was a high-risk patient or not, I mean, in relation to the athletic activity. And second, how you do the shared decision process in England? I mean, do you have a law that covers you, or it's something that you perform, as an authority in the field?
Yeah. Before I give you my answer for what it's worth, can I just say that again, I've been reflecting on the meeting today, and where we were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and the level of sophistication of the discussion is extremely high. I mean, we don't have all the answers. Maybe we don't have the majority of the answers, but at least we're thinking about what the questions are, which I think is, I think is quite amazing, really. As far as this particular patient's concerned, I mean, I agree that apical HOCM is not a benign entity, but it's equally not necessarily a malignant entity either. And the way I approach apical is exactly the same as I approach any distribution of hypertrophy, whether it be concentric or asymmetric or whatever. So I try to assess the global risk for that patient. So if you have apical and you have non-sustained VT and you've had syncope, I would still regard that as being a very high-risk patient. Now, in this case, I have to say I share the doubts about the scar, because remember that 65% of patients with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy have some scar. So scar by itself, I don't think is a very good measure of arrhythmic risk just by itself. And I think we're seeing that in the ongoing HCMR trial. We're aware that there's this international effort to try to determine the prognostic value of scar. And after 5 years, there are insufficient number of events to show any association between scar and sudden cardiac death. So I think it's part of the mix. I agree with the comment that this seems to be an evolving phenotype, so you have to watch this guy really carefully. I agree with that, and I think you have to regularly update your assessment of his risk. But as he stands at the moment, I wouldn't say that this guy is particularly high risk.
Well, I mean, what about the evolution of the disease? The fact that he is young, and can you hear me?
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah.
The fact that he's young, and in 2 years' time, he developed a fibrotic apical, in the apex, fibrosis in the apex. Is this worrying you?
It doesn't. I don't think it worries me, because I think it's probably, we very rarely document the appearance of the phenotype. So this is something I've learned from the pediatric populations, where you're following the child and you see the appearance of the phenotype, and it can be amazingly quick. So you can go from a normal heart to an abnormal heart within 6 months or a year, but we don't normally document that change. Here you've picked up a guy very early because of the ECG abnormalities, and you've shown that lack of apical tapering. And now, unusually, I think, because I think it's quite unusual to see that kind of phenotype evolve, you started to see the hypertrophy appear. But by itself, I wouldn't worry. But I would keep watching, because if this hypertrophy starts to look more severe, extends into the septum, gets some non-sustained VT, then I would assess him on the basis of his most contemporary risk stratification.
You allow him to play in a professional level?
What's the sport?
Football.
Football. Okay.
In Greece. In Greece.
Yes.
Which club?
We're not saying. Actually, Aris and Dr. Carvuni, correct me if I'm wrong, but following Professor Perry Elliott's approach, and despite our reservations, this player keeps playing football.
Yeah. So then that leads to the second part of the question you asked me, which is shared decision making. Because shared decision making, so there are a number of prerequisites to shared decision making. First of all, you have to be sure that you're genuinely sharing the decision. And I agree completely that you have to explain things, but I think we often think we're explaining, and we're not explaining at all. The patient doesn't understand a word of what we've said. Because we start talking about 1% and 2% and blah, blah, blah. What does that mean to someone, 1%, 2%? So you ask me what's happening in the UK. There's no legal requirement for shared decision making, but there's a science of shared decision making in terms of how you explain concepts, how you explain risk, how you use particular decision tools with the patient, to use graphics to illustrate what 1% really means. If you put a defibrillator in, what's the potential to save life? You're trying to show that in a graphical way that the patient and maybe the doctor also understands. So shared decision making, I think, is a process. And then the final element of that, which is, I think, maybe the most controversial thing I'm going to say, is whose responsibility is it to tell someone they can't play sport? Is it the doctor's responsibility to forbid, or is it the individual's right to say, okay, I hear you, but I'm going to make my own decision?
Yes, but this is a matter of, each country has a legal context, okay?
Absolutely.
And for example, when I approached the medical association here, and I said to them, look, when we have an athlete and we talk with him, and then we explain to him that we have a relatively higher risk than the others, and then at the end he dies in the field.
Sure, but I think that's because
you are responsible. You're the only one. You
legally that may be the case, but I think morally, I think we've got it wrong, honestly. Because I think, look at the idiots who drive fast cars, kill themselves and kill other people, and yet it's okay for an idiot to drive a car. But we don't make it legally enforceable to stop people from driving cars or doing high-risk behaviors which potentially put them at risk. But in the context of sport, we as physicians, we want to do the best for the patient, but we're taking away that person's autonomy to make a decision for themselves.
All right, I just find, because the time has passed, I would try. No. Yes, I understand partly, because there is a legal context and question. Yes, and so if you miss something at the end and something goes wrong, then you will be in trouble.
So I understand. Right. But what if he dies in his bed?
Yeah.
What if he dies going to the shops?
You will be in trouble as well.
No, you're not in trouble. You'll be maybe in less trouble. But it was the observation made earlier. If you really think he's at risk, put in a defibrillator. If you don't think he's of sufficiently high risk, then what guarantee have you got for that man that if he avoids playing sport, he's not going to die suddenly? I don't think we have that.
No, we don't have.
The thing, Barry, is that we don't have in Europe a unified way to think about these things, you see.
No.
And it's very important. I mean, for example, in your country, all right, the doctors are in a very high level of authority and respect. Okay, in Greece, it's not exactly the same.
I'm not so sure it's the same here, to be honest with you. But I think that we don't have a formal legal framework for this.
No, I mean the reaction of the society, maybe can be different. And if there is not a legal base to stand on this, then the whole situation becomes tricky. Anyway, this is my approach. I'm not, right?
I tell you what, though, I think everybody's going to die from hypoglycemia unless we finish the meeting. So I think we probably have to call this meeting to an end.
Okay, one final question, because I want to ask something. You and Stamatis and Makrothanasis, Dr. Makrothanasis. What about the people who seems to have myocarditis? They have inflammation, they have edema, they have troponemia, and also they have a mutation, a causative mutation. Do we treat them? Do you use immunosuppressive treatment to them, or it's useless?
Very difficult question. Can I reply with the strength of an example we had very recently? We treated a patient with Brugada phenocopy. This was expressed with chest pain, high troponin levels, and electrocardiogram very characteristic of Brugada syndrome. And after the myocardial biopsy, because of the continuation of high levels of troponin after 1 month, we found no virus, but immunoinflammatory findings in a great extent. So, despite we believe that it's either Brugada that came to clinical expression with myocarditis, or probably it's a Brugada like the so-called Brugada phenocopy. Despite this dilemma, we treated him with immunosuppression. And a day after we started the treatment, we had a sharp drop of troponin levels, and in 15 days' time, we had a complete disappearance of edema in CMR. Still, the electrocardiographic findings are slightly better, but still they've got the characteristic of Brugada. Is it a Brugada syndrome, or it is a Brugada phenocopy? You understand what I mean? But we need to treat him. And he reacted nicely. He responded nicely, both clinically and laboratory, with the immunosuppression.
I think it's a great question, because we talk about these kind of cases all the time in our multidisciplinary team meetings, and depending on, you see the same data, and if you're a myocarditis doctor, you say this is classic myocarditis, raised troponin, some arrhythmia, there's edema, we should biopsy and immunosuppress if we see lymphocytic myocarditis, blah blah blah. If you're a cardiomyopathy genetic doctor, you say, this is a hot phase of ARVC, and therefore, this patient's at high risk of sudden cardiac death, and should we be putting in a defibrillator? But it's the same data set, but you have a completely different paradigm for treatment. So this is why I think in the way in which we classify and group these diseases, we need to do it in a different way, I think, because the management plans can be totally different depending on what label you put on the patient. And the final point you said, I think it was you who said something really interesting, which I think is also important. In ARVC, we see inflammation, but it comes and goes. And what the driver is to the inflammation during those episodes, I don't think is at all clear. But I don't think it's the same kind of disease as, for example, an autoimmune giant cell arteritis, where you have to immunosuppress for 2 to 3 years or even longer. There's something different about this, and it may be that you get periodic exposure of antigen, you get an inflammatory response, and then it settles. But it's a different kind of inflammation. Okay.
Professor Makifanakis, do you think that the genetic disease is going to be there, and so the inflammation is going to recur, and no matter the treatment?
What I can tell you is that from other experience we have from genetic diseases is that as soon as the genetic test becomes more available, then we start to learn much more about the diseases. And then things that we previously thought that it was unrelated, that then we understand that they are related. And the other thing that has happened a lot is that we, as Professor Elliott said, we put a lot of diseases together at a certain point. So there's no really point of over diluting and trying really to make very finite definition of diseases, because in certain cases, as you said, we are seeing two different aspects of the same coin. And this we will learn, at least as far as the genetic diseases are concerned, as long as we are going to do more and more genetic tests, and then we will start learning more and more all the finite aspects of the genetic diseases that are still elusive right now.
Okay, Professor Elliott, please close the session because it's too late today.
So I think it's been a long day, but I think a really great day, and I think we've covered such a huge spectrum of problems, from kids to adults, from ARVC to hypertrophic cardiomyopathy to DCM to genetics to inflammation. As I say, I think the landscape of cardiomyopathy is complex, but the pace of development, the level of knowledge, I think is really impressive. So I'm really looking forward for the next 2 days. So thank you everybody that's participated today, and we look forward for another really good day tomorrow. Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
Good night,
All the
everybody.
best. All the
Good night,
best.
everybody.